Let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 720-915-3000. That's 720-915-3000.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Thanksgiving is all about kids spilling food and you running around trying to prevent stains on the floors or the furniture. Call Zero Res and let their special technology lift out the toughest gravy, cranberry sauce, and pumpkin spice disasters without soap or residue. Zero Res is your go-to for getting your house Thanksgiving ready. Get 3 rooms clean for only $114. Flash, get 20% off tile and granite to prepare for the celebration. Call Zero Res today, 303-471-5150. Online at ZeroResDenver.com. Be sure to ask for the Michael Brown special.
One more time at Folsom Field. Hi, this is Voice of the Buffs, Mark Johnson. Saturday, the Buffs entertain Arizona State in Boulder. Coverage begins at 4, kickoff at 6 on KOA and at iHeartRadio.
Finally, a steel building company you can trust. I'm consumer advocate Marc Mager.
Hey there, you guys there?
An American steel building from Great Western. I chose Great Western because they are the manufacturer. Your building comes from their 20-acre facility right here in Colorado. No brokers, no middlemen. Buildings have a lifetime structural warranty and all engineering is done in-house. All sizes and shapes. Check out GreatWesternBuildings.com. That's GreatWesternBuildings.com.
Do you own a small business? A seismic shift is coming. It's time to get super sure.
We've got another good-looking day. Temperatures 10 degrees above average in the mid-60s. Lots of sunshine, and that wind stays light before some rain moves in by Thursday. I'm Box 31, Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
This report is sponsored by Supersure.
Do you own a small business? You need to hear this. A seismic shift is coming. It's time to get super sure. Not kind of sure, not pretty sure, not a little sure, but super sure. It's so exciting. Super sure, coming soon.
Tom Martino, the Troubleshooter, this morning at 10.
I've recovered hundreds of millions of dollars in cash, merchandise, exchanges, refunds, and services. Chances are I can help you. It really is the only show of its kind.
It's the Troubleshooter on 630 KHOW. We've become so much more than a fixed frequency from a radio tower. Take your radio with you. 630 KHOW is now available on multiple platforms and thousands of devices. Listen to Denver's talk station from anywhere.
A stream online
at KHOW.com.
Are you ready to hear something that will not only make you feel better, but will actively excite you?
Yes! This is Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Oh, I'm so excited. KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeartRadio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. The Senate sending the House bill forcing the Justice Department to release all the files they have on Jeffrey Epstein to President Trump's desk. ABC White House correspondent Karen Travers has more on what happens when the president signs it, as he's promised to do.
30 days is what the legislation would spell out for the Attorney General Pam Bondi to release unclassified information from the files, and that would include records, documents, communications, and investigative materials. But that's important, unclassified. They do have the ability to go in and redact some of the information in there, and that includes victims' identities or anything that could potentially out somebody's sensitive information.
Harvard has opened a new probe into former President Larry Summers and his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Former FBI Director James Comey making another run at getting his criminal case dismissed. He's back in court today. Major Russian strikes on western Ukraine overnight. 25 people killed. This is ABC News. The debate over redistricting appears far from settled now that those newly drawn congressional maps in the state of Texas have been struck down.
President Trump easily won Texas in 2024 and told CNBC in August that, therefore,
we are entitled to 5 more seats.
Setting in motion the redrawing of the Texas congressional map to make that happen. But a panel of 3 federal judges has ruled that the map was drawn not along partisan lines, which is legal, but along racial lines, which is not.
ABC's Jim Ryan in Dallas, another Texas judge ruling that the mandatory display of the 10 Commandments in public school classrooms in the state is a violation of religious freedom and the separation of church and state. First, Home Depot, now Target, the retailer's third quarter profit tumbling as it continues struggling to lure shoppers back amid stubbornly high inflation. Home Depot said it was hurt by the stagnant housing market. Today, all investors will be watching AI chip maker NVIDIA. You're listening to ABC News.
When you were a little kid and you thought about what you wanted to be, teaching was at the top of your list. But things changed. And as you got older, teaching didn't seem like the best option anymore. So you're thinking you'll be something else. But what would your 12-year-old self say? Now you want to be a doctor. You don't think teachers save lives? 25 at a time. An actress? Try playing a different role every time the bell rings. How about a scientist? Ever heard of physics? Chemistry? Who do you think teaches that? Teachers today are breaking down obstacles, finding innovative ways to instill old lessons, and taking learning far beyond the four walls of the classroom. It's time to recognize that great things are happening in teaching and put it back on your list. Don't try to convince yourself otherwise. You had it right the first time.
Find out how you can make more at teach.org. Make more. Teach. Brought to you by...
Hello, how's it going?
Hello, who am I talking to?
This is Zach.
3. After the House and Senate passed the bill to release the Epstein files,
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Republican Congresswoman Lauren
Is
Boebert
Mark
posted
signed
a
on, do you
video
know?
on social media after the vote.
Yes, he is.
Overdue disinfectant for the swamp's darkest corners.
Democratic Congresswoman Brittany Pedersen says we must bring justice for the survivors, accountability for every single perpetrator, and the truth for the American people. Republican Congressman Gabe Evans says he will always stand with the victims, and the vote helps bring long overdue answers to light while reaffirming our duty to protect and support the victims. A city council committee has approved $11 million in funding for an initiative to assist the homeless in Denver. The 3-year program would use outreach teams and community ambassadors to connect the homeless with city-run shelters and behavioral health services. Ambassadors would also assist with graffiti removal and provide hospitality services to the public. The full council will consider it next. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
Yeah, looking better on 225. Had a stall that sat in the left lane for almost 2 hours near Tamarack. Backed it up to Parker. It's still sluggish there, but picking up on the speeds. Coming up out of the tech center from Bellevue, heading towards Colorado's fairly slow, as well as southbound 25 into downtown through Spear. And we're seeing some jamming on 270 and got a big crash up north coming down out of Fort Collins and Loveland this morning. It's near Johnstown. A couple of semis involved in debris all over the highway. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This report is sponsored by Woodley's Fine Furniture. Woodley's Fine Furniture, specializing in handcrafted Colorado-made furniture, custom upholstery, solid wood, and the most comfortable leather furniture imaginable. You will not find better built furniture in Colorado than at Woodley's. Visit woodleys.com today.
Hi, I'm Dr. Julie. When I started my audiology practice over a decade ago, my goal was never to be just good enough. I built Sound Relief to set a higher standard of excellence for tinnitus and hearing healthcare. A standard that gives patients the time, expertise, and guidance they expect and deserve. If you have had enough of just good enough and want to experience life-changing results, visit us at soundrelief.com.
Do you have Brian? Kelly's asking.
Imagine cutting out the middleman when getting a...
Thank you.
It's a traditional mortgage, a reverse mortgage, a HELOC, or a refinance. CMG Financial is the leader. They're the bank. They can beat almost any rate out there. I'm consumer advocate Marc Mager. If you're looking for a home loan, you need to call CMG Financial. They're going to save you a ton of money. Don't let the other guys fool you. Go to partnerinlending.com. Partnerinlending.com.
Do you own a small business? A seismic shift is coming. It's time to get super sure. Coming soon.
What's happening? Finally, a vote to release the Epstein files.
We have nothing to do with Epstein. The Democrats do.
The day's news.
It's a complete and total surrender.
Is on.
President Trump has nothing to do with it.
Bringing you the names you know. Ryan Schuling.
Ryan, thank you for having Lauren Boebert on like you do. All of these guys, Brockler and the rest of them. It's just been great.
Afternoons 2 to 4 on Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, I am Tom Martino, and I have with me Marc Mager signed on. If you're streaming video, we're not yet. Yeah, I don't think his video's up yet, but it doesn't matter. We're still here together, solving problems, answering questions, taking complaints. Today, my guest, Brian Burns from Compass Insurance Group. We try to have a guest on from time to time to talk about what they do and how they do it, because we believe we deal with only the best of the best when it comes to your everyday life. And in fact, Mark, what do we want to hear from? What do we want to hear from on people? I mean, people sometimes think, I don't want to go on there. It's not big enough. It's not important enough. How do you look at that? We love it all.
It as any issue out there. Any issue whatsoever.
Anything. No matter how small it is, because really...
Even neighbor disputes. Think of all the neighbor disputes. Think of all the tax issues we've dealt with over the years. Contractors, car dealers, car service areas,
oh my God,
realtors.
And I think the idea that it has to be big and important is absolutely a fallacy. In fact, I think taking problems from their infancy, or even before you decide to have that roof done or buy that insurance or get that used car, bounce it off us, because we're bouncing it off of thousands of people with their instant feedback on text and on YouTube chat and on I even have you can leave a message on this Google Voice. We have so many ways you can get in touch with us, primarily 24/7. You can call 303-MARTINO, and that comes through to us while we're on the show, 303-627-8466. Or you can call when we're on the air here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. And I got a lot of text follow-up on one problem I want to recap from yesterday, where a guy simply said he made a deposit on a service, and the guy couldn't provide the service he wanted for a car wrap, so he asked for a refund. And he said he never got a refund. He said he put down $1,000. The other guy said, I did give him a refund. When the police came with him for what's called a civil assist, they came to my home, and he was out on the curb with his truck. He was standing in front of his truck at the curb, and the police came to my door. The guy said, I counted out the money. He said, Anthony said, I counted out the money and gave it to the sheriff's deputy and said, here's his money. I just took out some for shipping to ship the product back. But he swears to God that he counted out $860 in cash. Matthew, who was waiting over at his truck, said when the deputies came over, they didn't have any money. They didn't give him anything. And really, both of them were so adamant that, of their side. Matthew said, I just want my money back. Anthony said, look, I gave him his money back. We were supposed to get both of them were going to ask for body cam footage. And that's why I'm mentioning this today. I've gotten at least 4 texts asking, did you get the video? And as of yet, I've not heard from either of them, but I imagine it might take a day or so to get that video. And according to Deputy D says it's public record. They have to give it to you. They can charge reasonable costs. In the past, Deputy D has used body cam footage, and I believe he said he paid $25 per video, but what do you think's going on there, Mark? Did you have time to ruminate on this after that call? I thought about it the other night, or last night. And my wife said, Tom, it was so intriguing because both of them sounded like they're telling the honest to God truth. What about you, Mark? Did you think...
My gut is the guy that says that he gave the cops the money did not. But I don't know, man. They are both they seem so authentic. But the one guy, he changed his story so many times. He kept saying he was going to send stuff, then he'd send other stuff. He gave us an address that's an apartment complex of his retail store that I have no idea if it exists. I mean, there was a bunch of holes there.
Yeah. So anyway, the way it stands now, we're waiting for body cam. For those many people who have texted me about this and with their opinions, many of them said, first of all, the sheriff's deputies would never take cash. Never take cash. If the guy said, here's his money, I want to give it to him, and they counted it out. He said he counted it out, gave it to the deputy. There were 2 deputies there, so the other deputy would have observed it as well. Either one of their body cam footage would probably show it. And then they went over and handed him the money. Now, the video shows those 2 deputies walking away from the house, from Anthony's house. But I could not see anything in their hand other than, I think there was a flashlight or something. And when they went over to the truck where the guy was waiting, there was no clear handoff of anything that I could see. But I just want everyone to know, because I often do this, because people, hear the original, never hear
If you recall, at one point he said, hey, I've got a video that shows the money being counted out.
Right. He
Total
said that.
fabrication.
No, he said that's right. Then he said, well, he says the body cam footage will show it. Many times I feel like I'm on a soap opera here. And so basically, as the troubleshooter continues with this, when they get back to us, we're just going to hope that eventually they do get back to us, because I am really, really anxious. Yes, Mark, I'm going to introduce Brian Burns after you. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, well, I got a question for Brian Burns, Compass Insurance. I was thinking about something while I was walking my dogs this morning.
Yes.
Tell me how this would work. Someone has something in their house like a diamond necklace that's worth, let's just say, $20,000.
Okay.
And they have it insured. There's a rider for that piece of jewelry on their homeowners. Okay, Follow me so far?
Gotcha.
It's lost. All of a sudden it's lost.
Mm-hmm.
And you turn it in and you get the insurance payment. I assume if you lose it, you get the payment,
and
right?
By the way, that you do, and I often wondered about that. My God, if people are in financial trouble, how easy would it be to say you lost something? And we keep going, Mark. So what else?
Well, but now I'm going to go even further. So let's say they give you the $20,000,
yep,
and then 2 years goes by, and you're in your backyard or something, and you look down, and that son of a gun necklace is sitting there. It fell off. It fell off
or
years
whatever,
ago, and
right.
there it is.
Right.
What do you do?
That is a good question. You lost something, and then it shows up.
Yeah, it's the insurance company's property at that point, so you have to turn that item into the insurance company.
That's the ideal situation.
Got it, and that's in the policy.
Right, yeah, and it could, because you can imagine there's no way they can have the expectation for you to come up with that money again. So that money's long gone, it could be. So the responsibility of the insured at that point is they have to notify their insurance company, and then that diamond necklace in this case would go back to them.
So much of insurance is done on the honor system. Think about that.
Yeah, it is, but with the repercussion if you get caught, doing it, you're going to jail. I mean, now, it's fraud.
But let's put it this way. I imagine once you've lost something once, losing something again would be really hard to get insurance. Or are you canceled after the first time? I mean, losing something, it's different if you had a break-in, you report it to the cops, and there's an actual police report. But when you simply say, I can't find it, when does that become an insurance loss? I can't find it. Mark, good topic, man, because I was thinking about this the other day when I couldn't find something, and I thought, and it was expensive, and I thought, when does it become an insurance loss?
Well, and when we're talking jewelry specifically, because that's probably the most common thing to happen, to Mark's point, you have to have it scheduled. You have to have a separate rider on that item, because coverage for jewelry underneath the homeowner policy is very limited, and it doesn't cover lost. What do you mean? Theft is covered underneath the home. But if you get a rider, if you get a scheduled personal property rider, then it opens up the perils, and it covers everything except for like wear and tear, I would say.
Right, I understand. So
and do you schedule?
Go ahead.
Well, do you schedule like a diamond ring? I know we have one or two things scheduled on our policy with you, but I forget how the pricing worked. Is it what you paid for it? Is it what it appraises for? What is it? Is it whatever you want it to be because you basically do it by the dollar amount that you want? What is that?
So, okay, so it allows you to pick a value up to a certain amount, and as long as it's written on an agreed value status, then you would get that money. A lot of them are written at replacement cost status. In other words, even if you had insured it for $10,000, if they can replace that item for $7,000, that's all they have to do is replace the item. So it depends on what your policy says, but if it gets over a certain value, and that value is determined by different insurance companies have different thresholds, but I would say most of them over $20,000. If one item is over $20,000, they'll require an appraisal at that point. So you can't just say,
well, how do they do like artwork then?
What's that?
How do they do like artwork then? Because you could have one person. I mean, most of the stuff is auctioned. Let's face it. You had a painting that just went for $225 million a couple days ago.
Right.
How do you value something like that? Because you don't know what it's worth until the auction's over.
Right, no doubt. And artwork is a little bit different, but it is written more on replacement cost than agreed value. Artwork is. But to your point, there's some items that are not replaceable.
Right.
So then they would have to do if it gets over a certain value, they're going to require you to get that.
So there are a lot of expensive things that are put on schedules.
Yeah. Now, here's my thought on schedules, though, which is probably a little counterintuitive for some people, but I don't usually advise, if they're asking my opinion.
Yes.
I don't usually advise insuring like jewelry unless it's of extravagant value. In other words, if it's something where, man, this is going to hurt me if something happens to it, because if you make a claim for a $10,000 ring,
right,
you're going to have a theft claim on your homeowner policy for the next 5 years.
And it's going to count against you.
It's going to count against you. And then let's say you have a hail claim because something came through. Now you have 2 claims in 5 years. The way the insurance market is set up, you really need to use insurance. And I'm not saying that I'm happy about this, but this is truly more catastrophic losses.
Okay. I agree, by the way. Rick, before we go to break, let's start on your problem. You're a landlord. What's going on, Rick? Rick?
Am I online now?
What's happening, Rick?
Yes.
What's going on, man?
Okay, I had talked to Mark about this earlier, but what the deal is I had a tenant, okay?
Yeah.
And obviously arrears, and so I went to small claims, just like you had advised me on your show and all that good stuff. Somewhere between that, the tenant claimed a bankruptcy.
Did you, by the way, did you get a judgment before he filed bankruptcy?
No, it was all welded in. I went to court. She lied in court. Excuse me. She lied in court. Judge rescheduled. Then she filed bankruptcy before the next court.
Okay, hold on, and we'll come right back to this, okay? We have to take a break. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-8255. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. Call him if you're wondering, in this crazy market, what your house will sell for. He'll give you a complete valuation and indication without a full appraisal, without all of that, but it's detailed, and it's based on his 30 years of experience. So there's no fear there. If you're looking to list and you're wondering what will my house sell for, Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. No obligation, 303-920-1622. So he said, okay, so I got, okay.
This guy's a nut.
How do you know?
Because I talked to him. He was saying, oh, your advice didn't work. So he goes, he gets a judgment, and then they file bankruptcy so he can't collect the money. I mean, duh.
Yeah, that sucks. I'm not getting any return audio, so I don't know when to start my spot. I need return audio. I have no idea when to start.
$99, you'll receive blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
All right, let's talk about getting a loan. You want low rates, you want good terms. Of course, you can find the best rates and terms with U.S. Mortgages. He's a broker who shops the entire industry to come up with the best one for you. Now, listen to this. Right now, he's got a 4.99% loan fixed for 5 years. So you can get into that house or refi and wait for the times to even out. You can refi out of it anytime you want, but think about that. Room to breathe, 4.99 or below right now, and that's 6.04 APR. So what happens once you get that? Well, you can stay in it if the rates are choppy. Now, if you want to refi out, he has the lowest rate for life program. Here's what that means. If rates go down by as little as 0.5%, he will refinance you free of charge. No lender fees, no appraisals. And there's no limit to the number of times you can use it. So get into that 5-year fixed rate, low rate right now. And then you reappraise or refi whenever you need to. 303 low rate. My friend David Chemansky and his team, 30 years strong, U.S. Mortgages, 303 low rate, usmloan.com. Excel Roofing, of course, an excellent roofing company, is now doing architectural LED permanent lighting, which means the holidays are coming up, right? Do you want lighting? You can have that lighting not just for this holiday season, but for all holidays or game days or birthdays or any celebration, or you may just want to light up your home and accent its architectural features. It blends in completely to your home. They never show when they're off, but when they're on, you can put on a display, Excel Roofing, and get your instant estimate right now. Go to excelroofing.com and put in your address, excelroofing.com, for an instant estimate on your outdoor lighting. And they are the guaranteed best price, excelroofing.com. Now, you want to talk about the guaranteed lowest price, the guaranteed best deal, best value. Mitch Floria at the Art of Granite will put his prices and his deals up against anyone. That's why you can always call and get a price or go visit him in Golden. The Art of Granite does more than granite, all natural stone, all man-made materials, and they come out in just 2 short visits. The first one's to template and measure, the second one's to install. And listen to this, tear out and haul away is always free, wholesale on all countertop materials. 303-386-5919, 303-386-5919, theartofgranite.com.
All right, holiday time is coming. That means
Hey,
it is
Tom?
high
Yes,
crime
sir.
season, but
Well,
not
I'm in
all
studio.
crime should be
Okay,
addressed
good.
the same way.
I didn't
We
know
have
that.
Statistics from the FBI,
Excellent.
and that's 2022. Firearms is only necessary less than 1% of the time. Now, the burner launcher covers 99.
Who's on the board?
I'm not Shannon and not Dragon. Is it Zach? I'm sorry. Is that? Did you? He introduced himself to me at the beginning.
Hey, Zach.
Is it Zach? I didn't write it down. I'm sorry. Kachina? I don't know. Communications are a little weird right now. What's that?
What was that noise?
I don't know.
It sounded like something fell.
Oh, it was my trash thing. I kicked it. Well, I got to get that. Oh, there we go. Get that off. So, So is next week's Thanksgiving?
Next week?
Yes.
It is, okay.
Week from tomorrow. Hey, Mark.
Here,
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
How's your dog doing?
What's up, brother? I don't know, man. She puked like crazy 3 days ago, and this morning she did again, but not nearly as much. I'm getting pretty fucking sick of steam cleaning it, to be quite frank.
And
I don't know what she's doing.
They always find the carpet, not just like a hardwood or tile would be great if they would just puke on that.
It would be great, but no, it's got to be our rug. Is the one.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Rick said he has a tenant in the rears, took her to small claims court, and before you got a judgment, she files for bankruptcy. Is that what happened, Rick?
Yeah, it was Chapter 7.
Yeah, how much in the rears were you suing for at the time?
Oh, about $7,000. It was within the limits. The difference is, I'd spoken to Mark about this earlier.
Yeah.
Long story short, on that particular thing was, I was given every roadblock in the world. I was a small LLC, single person. The judge insisted that I get an attorney. Something I couldn't get an attorney to touch it because all he wanted was money.
Well,
so
but wait, a judge, if you take someone to small claims court for $7,000, a judge won't refuse to hear it.
No, he's perfectly fine to hear it. But then when it went to when it was denied under the bankruptcy, the bankruptcy required I had filed a piece of paper, form, whatever it was.
Yeah.
To be dismissed of it. However, then the judge came back, the bankruptcy judge says, I need an attorney because I was an LLC. Even though I'm a single person.
Yeah, but
I've accepted all.
So in other words, you went from small claims court and you were going over to the bankruptcy court where you were putting in a claim?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, but I was listed as a creditor and I was denied that. Anyway, I accepted all that. Okay, I understand. Where I'm coming from now is damages, okay? After the small claims court, and after all of the judgment and all of the bankruptcy, now I'm going in and she had an animal. It totally destroyed the carpet.
Yeah.
I had to have.
She's not going to be held responsible for any of that.
Well, that was my question. Can I file a claim now for damages?
Okay, that's a very interesting question. Because you can, after the bankruptcy...
all the damage was created prior to the bankruptcy.
I just said that's an interesting question, and I was about to tell him that when you have a bankruptcy, all of the debt accumulated up to the point of bankruptcy is discharged. It's gone, okay? So anything new, you're allowed to go after her for. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean newly discovered. If that was done clearly before she filed, she can simply include it in her filing. So it's when the debt was incurred that counts. The fact that you found it
technically, a lot of stuff she doesn't have to include in it. It's automatically included.
Yeah, when you have a zero asset bankruptcy, things are automatically included. If she was rich or had a lot of money and was, doing a settlement, that's different. But in her case, she didn't have anything. So basically, even if you discovered a lot of new stuff, if it's prior to that date of filing, I mean, she's not going to have to pay it. But from this date forward, or from the date forward of the discharge, she's responsible for everything again. Did she finally leave, or is she still renting from you?
Oh, no, she's gone. She moved out and all that, but the thing is, she owns a house out in somewhere else. And anyway, but she was trying to protect that asset from me getting a judgment on it. Now, I understand all that. Yeah. My question was, now, the discovery of the carpet, when I went in there, after the bankruptcy.
No, I get it. After she moved out, it was long after the bankruptcy. What you're asking is, can you go back now and say, wait a minute, I just found this damage? And the answer is probably not. I mean, unless now there is an exception. If she hid something from you, and I mean intentionally, that would be different. You said she owns a house. I imagine the trustee took all of that into consideration because her assets are supposed to be liquidated if she has too much equity. She must not have a lot of equity in that house.
No, the house, I mean, basically she had about 70,000 in equity, which is under the 200,000 or whatever it is.
Well,
so
yeah,
anyway, my question really was, can I, at this late point, say, wait a sec, I discovered today that
you can't.
Okay, that's
it's too bad, Rick. Listen, Rick, so many people, do get burned by that kind of thing where they have a claim and then somebody just goes bankrupt. I mean, that is the system. We have Brian Burns with us today from Compass Insurance Group, and there's a new insurance we're going to talk about coming up. And I don't know if it's added on or if it's part of an already existing policy, but it's a kind of, if we wanted to tease this, it's a kind of gap insurance for home losses, specifically as it pertains to roofs.
Yep.
All right. I want to talk about that coming up. By the way, Brian is with us from Compass Insurance, and that's where they do the home of the insurance checkup, which means today and every day, but today especially we'll highlight it and give some examples. If you have home insurance, homeowners insurance, look at your declarations page, or car insurance, or a combination of both. You can get Compass right now to do the insurance checkup when you call their office, and then they will shop like 25 companies within a few minutes and let you know if you have a great deal. Now, here's the thing. Truly let you know if you have a great deal. And if you do, you do. And if you don't, then they can tell you how much you could be paying for the coverage you could be getting right now. And that number to call off the air, and then we'll use your examples, 303-996-9000, 303-996-9000. All right, Renew Home Innovations is offering the guaranteed lowest price on furnace replacements. And if it was air conditioning, it would be air conditioning or water heaters or anything else. But what you need to do is call renewhomeinnovations.com and say, I want the lowest price. Here's what my bid is. They'll come and look and give you the guaranteed lowest price. That's simply what they're doing. 303-904-2000, 904-2000. So let's see, we have okay. How much time do I have?
6.5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'm going to step away for a minute. I'll leave this up for you. Your mic is on if anybody talks to you. Do you want anything? I'm just running.
No, I'm all good. Thank you.
Hey, morons, how you doing?
Kelly, my bad. I got it.
What are you guys doing for Thanksgiving, Tom?
We don't have any plans. We usually go out of town, but this year we don't have any plans.
Where do you usually go?
We usually go to California.
You do?
Just go with Stephanie's family.
Okay.
God, my kid's going to that game. Jeez.
Morning, morons. Is Mark your camera up? No, okay.
No, I'm having all kinds of fucking issues right now.
All right. We can hear you loud and clear, though. That's good. Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show with Marc Mager, Marc Mager. For those streaming, he's giving us a break today. His camera is not up and running, so you're just going to see me at Mikasa Studio along with Brian Burns, Compass Insurance Group. And we have a lot to talk about. Rick, sorry about your bankruptcy. Nothing you can do about it. Bankruptcy, almost anything can be discharged in a bankruptcy except fraud, intentional fraud, and taxes. Give us a call, though, on any issue. If you're a landlord, if you're a tenant, if you're working somewhere and you don't like what's going on, if you have hired someone, they're putting you off. I know right now, in the sound of my voice, there are people who paid money up front right now, and they're going to get screwed. I can almost predict it. If you got the first delay or brush off, or they started work and then didn't come back, contractors are the worst at stealing money. And that's what I call it, theft. I get a lot of feedback when I talk about this because they say, hey, we're in business, we're trying to make a living. Well, the cost of doing business includes buying stuff and floating some stuff, and you don't necessarily need money up front. If it's a giant order and you need to put money down, then the consumer should be able to verify the order and put money down on the order itself. But to pay a contractor or a service provider money up front for nothing is just ridiculous. And it puts you in a really precarious situation, and you're always wondering, is the job going to get done? Even people that you know and trust, they could be hit by a truck. If you put money down, you're in a position of risk. And as I said, I know people listening right now have done it, and they're wondering what's going to happen now. And also, when you have quality issues, if you have paid way ahead of time, they start avoiding you. Now, contractors might be great at the actual contracting, but terrible on the business end. And in fact, there are many businesses that do that. They're good at what they do, the actual trade or the actual service or the actual installation or use of a product. But when it comes to shuffling dollars, they're no good at it. That's why the Contractors Trust Act was invented. It's probably as useless as auto car theft alarms. When I say useless, I've never seen anybody react to a car theft alarm ever. They always think, oh, somebody must have done that by mistake. It's the most useless piece of technology known to man is the car alarm. But anyway, I digress. When you have a contractor and the Contractors Trust Act, it's supposed to be held in trust. Literally held in trust for the consumer's job only, and you're not allowed to commingle or use it for anything else. Now you can take jobs A, B, and C and take money for A, B, and C and have them in your account in one account. They don't have to be a separate account, but the money you took for A, B, and C has to be spent on A, B, or C. It can't be spent. You can't take money from A to pay for B or B to pay for A, and you can't take new money to pay for where you screwed up the last job, as they say, rob Peter to pay Paul. But unfortunately, that's what happens. All right, so Brian Burns is with us from Compass Insurance Group, and I want to remind people while he's here, especially because we want to get some good examples. They do it every day, okay? But while they're here, I want you to call specifically. You have nothing to lose and do an insurance checkup. That's simply where they take whatever coverage you have on home and auto and they compare it to the marketplace. And what's great about comparisons like this is what I love. And when we talk about guaranteed lowest price, I love what we're doing lately with our sponsors and hammering them on value and price. So if Compass, they're not going to guarantee you the lowest price. What they will guarantee you is the truth. So if they tell you they can beat the coverage or the premiums, that means they can. And what's really great is math doesn't lie. So if you're paying $2,300 a year now and they can get you in there for $1,600 or $1,700 a year, or if you're paying $2,300 for a certain amount of coverage and they can get you substantially better coverage for the same price or slightly lower, that is where it's a win. So it's impossible to cheat when you're comparing prices unless they flat out lie. But you'll know if somebody says we can do it for this amount of money, they have to be able to do it for that amount of money. So to get in on this quote, if you want to, call them directly, and then we'll highlight the example. I used a statistic one time, I believe, Brian, that about 85% of the time you can save people money, about 85% of the time, and then a lot of the time they can do better or they're doing better already.
Yeah, I mean, that percentage has definitely gone down just because of the market we've been in the last 2 years. And it's not because we're getting beat by a bunch of carriers.
75% of the time, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, where sometimes we tell people not to switch is if the new policy is a degradation for like roof coverage or whatever it might be.
And then you get them better coverage, maybe.
Yeah, right. So we give them options on it, but we always try to point out what the pluses and minuses are on any kind of switch. So,
all right, there are a couple things I want to talk about. There was a new coverage that we want to talk about. What is the new coverage exactly? Tell me. I'm enthralled with insurance, especially when you can talk about new coverage. What new coverage are we talking about?
Okay, so we have a new carrier that we just started working with, in the last week. And what it is, it's this isn't what they would define themselves at, but like you had mentioned, it's almost like a gap coverage for these giant deductibles that are now being required by home insurance carriers. So most carriers, I would say, in the front range here are going to require a 2% wind hail deductible. So that's 2% of your dwelling limit.
So give an example of what that would be.
So a $500,000 dwelling limit, a 2% deductible would be $10,000.
Okay.
So that would be your wind hail deductible. And then a lot of carriers, depending on the age of the roof, will require actual cash value on the roof. So in essence, if there's a loss and you have a roof that's, let's say, 10 years old, you're essentially paying for over half of it out of pocket.
So there are definitely policies right now where they're only going to get actual cash value.
Oh, tons and tons of policies.
What that means, folks, is the longer you're in your home, the older your roof gets, and the less you're going to be paid on it. Because if you have an actual cash value roofing claim, you're going to get paid actual cash value. It's kind of like on a car. All cars are actual cash value. If you get into an accident with a car, they're not going to buy you a new car. They're going to buy you a like car. And that's what actual cash value is on roofing. You get paid the value of the roof at the time of the loss, or, right before the loss. What was that roof worth? And that can devastate people, because if you're in a house 20 years, you could end up paying a substantial amount.
The entire amount at that point. I mean, if you have a roof that's 20 years old, an asphalt roof,
you're not insured.
You have no insurance on your roof.
So keep in mind, ACV, actual cash value,
or roof schedule. That's what you usually see. It's called
a roof schedule,
right?
And what they mean is a schedule of depreciation.
And it's shown in the policy. You can go to your policy. It's usually one of the back pages, but you can see, based off of the year of the roof, how much they're willing to pay, the percentage.
You'll see that right up front.
It will be on the policy.
Now, what is this new product we're talking about?
So it's a totally separate policy. It really has no tie-in to your current policy, but it is there to cover the roof for hail damage.
Really?
Now, they do say wind as well, and the reason I'm not going to promote it as a wind and hail coverage is that you have to have tornado force.
All right, but real quick, because I got to take this break.
Okay.
We're going to talk more about it, but what you're talking about is a separate policy to fill in the gap for your roof.
Yep.
Now, you can have it concurrent with any other policy.
Of course.
You don't have to have all your other insurance with this company.
Nope. It could be someone is with another carrier that we don't even write, and if they want to have some coverage for the roof, they can.
And that's so it will keep you from being surprised at the time, and it's only for hail?
Yeah, they do say wind, but again, it has to be almost like tornado force wind, so this is more for hail.
Specifically for hail, does it mention hail as the peril?
It says wind and hail, but then there's definitions of what that is. So
we're going to talk about that coming right up.
Now, impact traffic.
Yeah, we still have an accident northbound 25 just past Hamden, approaching Yale.
We can't just throw a 30 in unless it was on the log or you're substituting it, because we're on a schedule with Colorado Springs.
Yeah, I haven't thrown it back in. I just was noting that it was missed. I didn't want to delete it because we missed it.
Okay, just make sure. So he's going to do both of these spots, discount Bath and become the banker. And that other one, okay.
Good afternoon.
Thanks. Just make sure he doesn't do 3.
Good. Hey, this is Dr. Manfrey.
Throwing another 30.
I have an appointment to see Dr. Kamali. I think after the first of the year.
I think this is all going out to YouTube, Doc, all your doctor appointment stuff.
DiscountBath.com. Boy, do I love these guys. We've had them out multiple times. The last time was for our hallway bath
December 2nd?
room.
Okay, because my tooth is really hurting, and it's getting worse every day.
The only reason it's going to take time is we wanted something that was custom, a custom color. They can do anything you want, and what I love is the fact they do it at a discount price. That's right. The best service, the best people, the best process. And once again, though, my favorite, It's all at a discount price. You got to check them out. Chris and the gang are really good guys. We dealt with Steven when he came out. He talked about different options for the bathroom, and Suzanne made all the choices, and we're moving forward. You're going to love them. You're going to love the pricing. It all starts at discountbath.com. Now, let me tell you about mymoneymyway.com. These guys have an annuity product with a 17% bonus. That means day one. Day one, let's say you find an old 401k and you roll it over and it's got 100,000, it's worth 117,000 day one. That's incredible. Then that money grows when you want to retire. You have a paycheck for life coming in for the rest of your life, no matter how long you live. Check them out, mymoneymyway.com. That's mymoneymyway.com.
How do we keep Doc's audio from going over YouTube, like during a break and stuff? He was making a doctor's appointment.
Yeah, okay. Just keep him potted down.
Is that because his mic is on?
No, it's just, he has it on offline, so people on YouTube can actually hear him, but if we pot him down from in here, you won't get that.
Tell him what to put it on. I mean, it's kind of crazy.
He hits the on button, which turns his mic on like he did last week.
Because everyone on YouTube just heard him make his doctor's appointment.
No, I understand.
Okay.
I got it.
I get it. I mean, I don't care if he doesn't care. YouTubers, I mean, now you know Doc has an appointment. He just blew HIPAA out of the water.
I ask myself that a lot.
He just doesn't have enough houses. So if you have a house, Troy might have that perfect buyer for you right now. Give him a call, 720-900-4433. Let me give you a story. Just last week, Troy listed a house that was on the market for almost a month. You know what? Troy sold it for full price in less than a week. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy will buy your house for all cash, and it can close in as little as 7 days. Call Troy and get your home sold for the most money. 720-900-4433. Again, that's 720-900-4433.
How bad would it be at 11:30 if we have two spots that are both marks that are 30s? Since we missed the 10:30, could we move it to 11:30 and make that a 60 and then CMG keep it at a 30? So at 11:30, if you go to log, we have two spots, CMG and Major Radio. One we missed, 10:30 was Major Radio.
Fuck, I have no idea if I'm on or not.
You're on.
Okay.
You're on, brother.
How come I don't hear anybody anymore?
Oh, because nobody's talking.
It's silent around here.
Yeah.
Come on, Mark. Bring some life to this.
Shake it up, Mark.
Jesus.
Tell us what you really think.
Did you? What I want to know, Mark, is that were you having to concentrate on your read as you heard Doc making a doctor's appointment?
Yeah, could you hear Doc in the background when you were talking?
That's incredible. You didn't stumble at all.
Because we were hearing both. I was wondering, Mark, did you hear him when he was talking?
I heard shit, yes.
Yeah. He's got to know, is there a way he can control himself in the studio so his audio doesn't go out everywhere?
I already said that. We got it.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you. We're not holding you responsible, so don't worry about it. We're just wondering why he can't just keep those
I thought it
lights
was funny,
controlled.
Kelly.
It's always good for entertainment.
Martino Show. Of course we do. Is this Matthew?
I am having the worst luck with this PC today.
Is it just shutting down on you?
No, I can't get my printer to work, and I gotta fucking scan something, or else I'm gonna have to just go buy a new printer. It's just a piece of shit.
I hate printers. I swear to God, I hate them. I could never just print anything.
Wi-Fi.
It
doesn't work.
I know. I can't print without getting that exclamation point and a yellow triangle.
Yep.
I'm just so tired of it.
Perfect.
Printer's offline. Why is it offline? I didn't put it offline.
And Mark doesn't have any kids in the house to come fix it for him anymore.
I do remember what.
Yeah, no shit.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK. DenverRegen.com. I want you to contact them for your pain and your misery. No, seriously. Painful joints and tendons. DenverRegen.com for stem cell therapy. Okay, so what's going on in your life, folks? If you have a problem, question, or complaint, we want to hear about it. And the earlier the better, because I'm telling you, so many people get caught after the fact. Now, let's talk about this gap insurance real quick here. I call it gap insurance. So give me a real life scenario when someone would have it and use it.
So, like I said, it's independent of your home insurance policy, but you can buy limits from, I think, 5,000 up to 25,000. So let's say you don't even want to make a claim on your home insurance. What I have been playing around with now is I've been offering people to raise their wind-hail deductible up to 25,000.
Okay.
Get the $25,000 of coverage here, and then you essentially have no deductible, and you can just make the claim with them. There's no surcharge for the claims.
Coming up, we're going to talk about how much it costs to add to your policy, but this could be just the ticket, folks, to keep you in coverage without giant deductibles and have a good insurance policy in place of it. Coming up.
I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino, and I've seen the wrong way to sell.
Wow, I think it sounds great.
It's really a cool product because they don't, there's no claim surcharge. They don't report to Clue, so
hey, Tom?
It doesn't ding you.
Yes.
So can you turn them up a little bit?
I got you. You need me to talk? Yeah.
Remember Matthew from yesterday, the car dude?
Yeah.
Not Anthony.
No, the guy Matthew, the consumer, right?
Correct. Okay, I just talked to him. He has procured the video.
Good.
Why is there the craziest echo?
He's going to send it over. It's probably going to take a couple days, but he definitely wants us to follow up with him next week. So I have all that info.
Did he say he looked at the video?
No, he hasn't had it yet. He just has ordered it.
Okay, got it. Okay, good.
Yeah. So how are we looking for 11:30? Like, do you think so? Hey, Mark? Mark? All right, he's not there. I know. I gotta go too, but I'm not gonna go when you're going. Yeah. Mark, are you there?
What?
Yes, there you are. Hey,
I hear you 4 times, Kelly.
At 11:30.
In fact, I can barely hear you. Honest to God.
Okay, can you hear me now?
No, we're not dealing with that.
Yeah, if you guys can hear her, let me know what the fuck she's saying.
Can you hear us?
I can hear you guys perfectly.
Okay, we can hear Kelly perfect.
I can't fucking hear her.
Something's between maybe, I don't know, wow.
Hey, Kelly, if you want to tell us, we'll relay it to Mark.
Okay, perfect.
He's hearing her, but with echoes.
He just said he can't
No, it's not
her.
it's like this, big.
Oh, man, that's weird. I'll make sure everything's...
Well, I can't imagine it's anything on your side because that's
Hey,
the
Kelly, you're
station
now
is in the middle.
super quiet. We can't hardly understand you. I hear you say something about at 11:30.
See, I can't fucking hear her.
YouTube says they can't hear
Just tell her
Kelly.
to fucking text me on shit. I can't hear a word she says.
And neither can YouTubers.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you. Yes, I can. I don't know about Mark. Mark?
Yes.
Okay, good.
All right, Mark, at 11:30, you have two 30-second spots. One is for major radio.
Just put them up on the screen. I got them. Thank you, Kelly.
One is for CMG. Hold on. Let me finish. So if you'd like, we can do a 60-second spot to make up for the 10:30 major radio.
Not in network.
No. Like if we move the spot,
The
that
fuck
was at
does that mean,
10:30
Kelly?
To 11:30.
I can't do I can't do makeups right now.
Oh, after 12 because of Colorado Springs.
Are they saying
Okay, I'm gonna pee.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Yes, it's Tom Martino with Major Marc Mager. Major Marc Mager is in his Casa Studios, and I am in my Casa Studios, and we are here serving you. Brian Burns is my guest today from Compass Insurance Group, and I want to explore this new coverage deeper because it really sounds almost too good to be true, but we'll talk about what it does to your total premium. It's a coverage for people with high deductibles, and it basically covers the deductible. It's kind of like roofing gap insurance. Compass Insurance Group. We're also taking calls from you directly at Compass if you want to have an insurance comparison. I believe comparisons are the best things any consumer can do ever, because you can't say, I can beat the price unless you can beat the price. And you can say, hey, you got a great deal if you have a great deal. So as I say, math never lies. If you have a certain amount of coverage for a certain amount of money, that's your coverage, and it's easy to understand. So if there's better coverage out there, it's easy. You simply measure the coverage and the premium and decide, is it better or not? 303-713-TALK is our number, 713-8255. Mark, you there, sir?
Yes.
Who should call us, Mark? People are waiting and wondering if they should call.
Well, anybody that's been ripped off or taken advantage of. I mean, for Lord's sake, we've recouped over $300 million.
I know it.
It's simple. 303 Martino, pick it up. How about someone out there that's got a bad landlord? I love those calls.
You know what? There are so many things now tenants can do that they never were able to do before. In fact, some people think it went too far the other way when it comes to tenant-landlord issues. Or people who are just thinking, wait a minute, this doesn't sound right. As soon as that little voice says, this doesn't sound right, give us a call. And I have a few that have texted me about it. Somebody said, okay, here it is. I'm in a situation hit and injured by an uninsured driver. And do I go against my own insurance? Now, this uninsured motorist is very difficult. People don't understand it fully. But uninsured motorist coverage is they step in. Your own coverage steps in as the other party. So if you were going to sue the other party for pain and suffering, you are now getting a claim from your policy. It's not for medical, okay? It can be. It can be reimbursing you, but right now what you should have is med pay and then regular health insurance coverage and all of that. But really, uninsured motorist coverage is this. When the other party doesn't have insurance or they are underinsured and you really have pain and suffering beyond any coverage they have, then you can go after them. It's not for your car. Right. It's not for your property. It's uninsured motorist coverage means that they will pay, or you put in a claim with your insurance company, and your insurance company will pay you instead of the other party. The other party, basically, you're insuring the other party. You really are.
Yep. Yeah, you're basically putting insurance on all those drivers out there that don't have insurance.
That's a great way of putting it. You're putting insurance on those people who don't have insurance.
Yep.
But when do you use it? That's what this guy is asking. When do you use it? Okay, you said you could use it for medical bills, but not right away. That's in a final settlement, right?
Right, but I'm saying that would be accumulated as part of that claim, is that you would have, any of your medical bills that weren't being covered by health insurance or whatever else. Yeah.
So look at it this way. If you're in a regular accident with someone who's heavily insured, right, what you would do is you would have your med pay for your medical bills. Their liability would pay for your medical bills, right? Eventually.
Yeah, unless they didn't have enough or didn't have insurance at all. Right.
But then if you were going to sue that other party for pain and suffering, literally all loss of enjoyment of life, all those
loss
things,
of income,
right?
Yeah.
So the pain, they call it pain and suffering. If you were going to sue that other party and that other party had good insurance, that other party would pay you.
Right.
And then you get a settlement. It's what John Fuller does.
Exactly.
It's what personal injury, he's a personal injury attorney. It's what personal injury attorneys do. They go out to try to get as much as they can for your pain and suffering, to reimburse you, to put you in a position where you were before the accident.
Right.
Now, if the other party doesn't have enough insurance, that's where your uninsured or underinsured motorist coverage comes in.
Exactly. They step in and give you coverage for what you should have gotten from the other carrier.
Do they hold that against you? Is that considered a claim where they look at your clue report and think, well, they've had two claims or three claims, or is that one of the claims they look at, or is it a no fault claim, so to speak?
Yeah,
what
it
kind
would
of
be
a claim?
considered a not at fault accident in essence. Now it would show up.
It doesn't count against you, though.
No, it's not a chargeable. In Colorado, it's not a chargeable incident.
Chargeable incidents. That's something that really needs to be explored. What a chargeable incident means is that your insurance company begrudgingly, in my opinion, pays it and then it counts against you. When I say it counts against you, do they look at your reports and your claim history kind of like credit cards look at your credit score?
Well, it's not exactly that they pay and it counts against you, because they can pay a not at fault accident,
right?
Like we just
but
mentioned.
I'm talking about the chargeable offenses.
Yeah. So if you're at fault in an accident, or if you just run into a
tree
or a tree,
right,
or that's considered a collision claim in that case, and that would be an at fault claim.
Okay.
So that would be charged against.
And when you say it's charged against them, does it result immediately in higher premiums or a surcharge of any kind?
No, they can't change that rate until renewal. So you would see it at your next renewal. Unless you changed companies, and they would start right away.
At the next renewal, what would cause a non-renewal?
Multiple accidents. On an auto insurance,
right? Multiple
accidents, or multiple tickets.
What about weather, hail, and wind and stuff like that? That's not chargeable.
Not on an auto policy. On a home insurance policy, it definitely is. It's a chargeable. Claims are chargeable. Period. There's not at fault claims for home insurance.
So anything that you claim for your home
is going to be charged against you. Yep.
And that means when they're looking to write a policy for you, they look at your clue report.
Yep.
Now, how can people see their own clue report? I think it's available at Nexus Lexus.
Yeah, I think you can order a copy of it from Lex. I think you get one a year, kind of like you do credit insurance. But yeah, we can pull them anytime we need.
Mark, have you ever looked at your own clue report? I've never looked at one ever. Not once.
No, but I know you can get a copy of it just like any credit report.
Yeah. So it would be interesting to see, because if there's stuff on there, I mean, is there a way to contest it if there's something inaccurate on there?
They'll give you that same ability to
just
contact,
like your credit report.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, I mean, and it's probably just as difficult to make things change, but yes, you can.
So on this gap insurance, here's what I want to get straight. You said if you have a roof coverage right now, it's changed. Roofing coverage has changed in Colorado right now. It used to be you paid a normal deductible. It could be $2,500, $5,000, or whatever.
It was $1,000 forever. That was the norm. Yeah.
It's impossible to get a normal deductible right now on roof. What I say normal.
It's very, very difficult to get under $5,000. I would say 1% is the norm.
1% of the dwelling coverage.
Yeah, is the norm, and now it's becoming even more normal to see 2%. That you're seeing a lot of carriers go to that direction, and then this whole actual cash value piece.
So with your roofing coverage, people, what you need to look at, and why you need to call Compass is to see if they can help you with that. The biggest change in insurance in Colorado right now is with the roof, okay? The other parts of the insurance policies haven't changed much. They're all about the same.
Not much, yeah.
Right, so let's look at the roof. Let's narrow it down. With your roofing coverage, you need to look and see what you have. it will clearly be on the declarations page, right?
Yeah, it will say if you have actual cash value as we're defining it, you're going to see something that says roof schedule.
A roof schedule. And what a roof schedule is a schedule of your roof from new to year to date. And that's what it is. So the schedule goes and measures what the roof is worth, and that's the coverage you have. So if your roof is worth 50% of what it used to be, when it comes to replacing it, you're only going to get 50% of replacement.
There's another key to that, 50%, and then they assess the deductible.
Wait a minute.
That's not the deductible. The deductible is assessed after they only pay this portion of it. So if they're only paying 50%, then you have to take off the deductible.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah. So if you have an ACV policy, that's the actual cash value. Then you have to pay the deductible.
The wind-hail deductible, which if you look on your declaration page, there'll be an all-peril deductible, and then there'll be a wind-hail deductible.
So there are, right now, people listening to us right now.
They are essentially have no roof coverage.
That's what I'm saying. Right now, there are people listening that have no roof coverage. Will this new policy help in that?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to talk about that. But, John, you have a question on solar? Go ahead, John. 303-713-8255. John, what is your question?
Hey, Tom, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. What's going on, John?
So I've just kind of been on a search for used solar panels, and I was just wondering if you guys knew of any company out there that provides those, or
I would start with Alliance. In fact, we can ask her if she knows of anywhere, because I know sometimes people abandon solar systems, or they want to remove them for one reason or another when they're moving, or somebody moves into a house with solar. And what I'll do is, if you want to hang or you can listen, Kachina, let's just get Brooke on to address this, to see if she knows anything about used panels. Who knows, maybe she shopped for them now and then, or she knows where they go to die. Hang on, John, or listen. We're going to call Alliance Solar. They're coming up.
Okay, thanks, Tom.
And we'll do that, okay? 303-713-8255. Listen to this, waterpros.net. Right now, you can get a whole house filter for your home. Whole house to get rid of chemicals and all that other crap. Whole house filter alone, if you're looking for a filter, no power required, for $21.95. An unbelievable deal from waterpros.net.
Do you feel a burning, tingling, or numbing sensation in your feet? You may have grown used to it, but Dr. Anderson, D.C. from Front Range Medical Center wants to tell you why you need to get it treated. Doctor, what is peripheral neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is nerve damage to the feet and lower legs. Its major symptoms are numbness, burning, shooting pain, and balance issues.
Can it be treated?
It absolutely can in most situations with great results. More importantly, leaving it untreated can lead to serious complications.
If you have burning, tingling, numbness, coldness in your hands or feet, or balance issues, call Front Range Medical Center for a nerve damage screening. The first 10 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening, which includes consultation and evaluation, valued at $245. Call Front Range Medical Center at 720-823-0784. That's 720-823-0784 for your free nerve damage screening. Find out more at denverneuropathy.com.
These 3 spots I'm going to tell you about will definitely save you money. We were just talking about solar. Alliance Solar has the best values in solar systems. They're specializing in commercial solar systems. If you have a factory, a warehouse, a strip mall, an apartment house, maybe you just rent out a single family home, you may qualify for a commercial system. You might have a home-based business. Again, you may qualify for a commercial system. What they do is they fix you up so the government pays for most of it. Then they teach you how to sell back to the grid and to end users to make a positive cash flow. Contact Alliance Roof and Solar, 303-704-2449. They used to be Red Rocks Roof and Solar. They've changed their name, not their technique. They do everything from beginning to end. RedRocksRS.com. Now, you want to talk about saving money, fix it 24/7. You will never get this level of service anywhere for this amount of money. They come to your home for this special, if you've not had it done before, and spend 2 hours on your furnace to refurbish it. They take it apart to the extent they can. They clean every nook and cranny, the cabinet. They take out the blower motor. I'm telling you, it's like a renewed furnace, because dirt and grime's the #1 killer of furnaces, and they get rid of it. Why don't you give them a call right now and schedule 720-526-3939, or go online. Just $39 before the cold weather really hits. FixMyHome.com. Book now. FixMyHome.com. Book now. And everyone wants to save money with insurance. We've been just talking about that. What about health insurance? Do you know what to pick? Do you know what to buy? Right now is open enrollment, the time you get to choose. And if you make the mistake of trying to wade through all of these choices on your own, chances are you're never going to get the best one for you. Integra Insurance is there for you. They've been there for me for 10 years. They make health insurance shopping simple and smart, and they save you money. That's the simple message. Save money. Get the best coverage. 303-466-5500. 303-466-5500. Hey, to make things easier on you, Zach, since you're not used to the show, maybe going into a break instead of just me stopping, and having you try to figure out the cue. I can say more after this if you want. Whatever will make it easier for you.
Oh, this is working well. It's all good.
Okay. Yeah, 'cause sometimes I make a real exaggerated pause at the end, and then you can go to spot, or I can just say coming up or whatever you want. But if this is your first time in the hopper on this show, I don't recall having you before. You're doing a good job. It's kind of weird, but...
He loved to go to the bathroom, and also John hung up as I was trying to call Brooke.
Oh, well, we can still call Brooke and ask.
You still want to?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd still like to get her as an extra, because it's a good question on used panels and stuff, if she knows any hacks to get them or whatever.
Good morning, Tom Martino Show. Well, how the hell are ya? It's a Wednesday, so Purdue doesn't play until tomorrow. He managed to pull out a win against Akron. If we wouldn't have beat them, I probably would have killed myself. But okay, no problem. We have a question regarding used solar panels. So Tom wanted to talk to you.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303 713-TALK, 303-713-8255. So let's talk to Brooke White. She owns Alliance Roof and Solar. I'm not sure if she has a handle on this or not, but I wondered if there was a place that old solar panels went to die, or when people are changing out or moving. Brooke, is there a place anywhere around? Somebody wanted to know where they can buy maybe used solar panels. It sounds like he might be doing his own service or something, but he hung up, but he did ask, and he said he would be listening. What about used solar panels?
Yeah, so if they're used, there's no tax credits available to them. So, you can get used solar panels. You just don't have some of the normal benefits. And by the time you buy a new solar panel with the tax benefits, it's usually cheaper than trying to buy an old one anyways.
Okay, so let's say you have an existing system and you've gotten your tax credit for the system over the years, and now you need to replace a panel or two. Do you get tax credits on the parts to replace?
Yes, as long as the parts are new, you can get tax credits on it. Most panels have a 25-year warranty, so if the panel's bad, you can usually do a warranty claim. And if you're buying new panels for an existing system, as long as the system's still up and running with PTO, you can claim those tax credits on the original PTO of the system. So let's say I install the system in 2020. I need 3 new panels because they're not working. I don't have a warranty claim for whatever reason. I buy 3 new panels. I can use the PTO I received in 2020 to get the tax credits on the 3 new ones that I just got.
And what's PTR stand for?
Yeah, PTO is permission to operate. So it's what the utility company or the AHJ says, yep, this system has passed all the inspections and it's good to be turned on.
Okay. So all you do is, and so you basically, the way it sounds, if you don't have warranty and you spend money on your solar, you get tax credits. Will that be the same way when tax credits go away because it was grandfathered, or will they go away too?
That's a great question for a CPA. I don't know if you buy new solar equipment in 2026 to repair previous equipment, if you'll get that credit or not. That's going to be a great CPA question.
Yeah, it is, because you figure it might be it might be grandfathered in, it may be not. So on the subject of tax credits, Brooke is from Alliance Roof and Solar. 303-704-2449. On the topic of solar and residential solar, when do the tax credits end?
The tax credits end December 31st of this year. So if you don't receive PTO, those tax credits aren't viable.
So after that, what do you think, what's your gut feeling? What's going to happen to the residential market, do you think, on solar systems?
I think come April, there's going to be some angry folks when they try to get tax benefits. And I feel like the roof and the electricians that are involved in installing solar systems residentially will lose their jobs. And it's going to impact some of those blue-collar folks pretty significantly.
So is there any hope, do you think, that they will renew them, or are they going to be gone for good, do you think, the residential solar tax credits?
I think whichever administration takes over next in the next federal presidential election will reinstate them, because both parties like solar for different reasons. Republicans for the energy independence it brings, and Democrats for the environmental purposes.
Right. So, but I'm wondering if we even have to wait that long. That's what's weird. Wait for another election, or do you think, has there ever been any talk? I know you follow the industry pretty well. Has there been any talk on resurrecting them before that? Or are they just going to let them expire?
It's hard to predict because in Trump's first administration, he extended the residential tax credits to 2032. And obviously in the second term, as soon as he got into office, he removed them. So it's very possible that they can come back. It's just not something that I've heard any news of them coming back.
And is that one of the reasons you went into commercial systems, because you saw the handwriting on the wall?
I went into commercial for a variety of reasons. That was one of them. There's far better tax benefits commercially than there are residentially. And yes, that would be one of the reasons.
Okay. So if people have a business, a viable business, they can get this. I talk about this a lot. They can literally get this, get their system mostly paid for by government incentives, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So depending on the scenario and where the property is located, anywhere between 64 and 94% of the project can be covered with tax benefits.
That is incredible, 64 to 94%.
Yep, but again, those are tax benefits. So they have to owe that in taxes to recoup that value or have a nonprofit.
Okay. And if they don't have that...
Or sell the tax credits, right?
Yes, exactly, Mark. They can still sell the tax credits.
So there is benefit no matter what to commercial systems right now. And then as far as qualifying, you need to call Alliance Roof and Solar. And their number again is 303-704-2449. Thank you very much, Brooke. We appreciate it. We got more coming right up.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station. Download the free iHeart Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Now, Impact Traffic.
Now we're still looking at the cleanup of a crash we've had north.
No, it's a new one.
Not till 12:35.
Correct, just those two.
I want you to go direct to the home lender if you need a home loan. I don't care if it's a reverse mortgage, and John Clace with CMG Financial loves doing reverse mortgages. You know why? Because he's got the best rates and the lowest fees. You're not going to get a better deal. How about if you just want some cash out of that equity you've built up to pay off high credit card debt? He can do that too. Or a new home loan. He just did one for my son. 18 days from application to closing because everything's done in-house. They are the bank. Over $2 billion in lending every single month. Call John Clace, 303-882-6679. Don't be fooled by the resellers. 303-882-6679. Now, let me tell you about Discount Bath. These guys are unbelievable. Anything you want as far as your bathroom, whether it's just a tub to shower conversion, a complete remodel, maybe heated tile floors, a steam shower, you name it, they can do it at a discount price. They're working in our house right now. Check them out at discountbath.com.
Let's see.
Okay, check your email.
Brian Burns, how are you liking that Tesla, man?
I had it drive me here today.
Do you have the S?
Yeah, the Plaid. Yeah.
You have the Plaid.
It looks like the refresh, the real refresh, might be first quarter, but I always, I never believe
this,
Elon. Let's
and
just
then you
put
don't
it that
know.
way.
Yeah, you never know.
But I'm dying to get mine. Mine's only got computer 3 when I'm in self-driving on mine.
Yeah.
Compared to Suzanne's, totally different.
What's
Mine won't
different?
go park itself. It won't do that shit.
Okay, hold on. What do you mean it won't go? Like with Suzanne's, you're saying it won't park itself. What do you mean?
Well, Suzanne, like it can drop us off, like in front of a hotel, then go park itself, and then come get us.
Okay, I have not tried that. I've done the summons where I can get it to come to me, but I haven't had
That's a pain in the ass, ain't it?
Yeah, it's easier for me just to walk to the car.
It's really
Yeah, I know,
slow.
because it's got to be a certain distance. But in certain places, if it feels comfortable, it'll drop you off. I think it'll work in that roundabout at iHeart.
Really?
Yeah, so next time you're coming there, choose up front, and then basically when it stops, it'll say, do you want to go park or something like that.
I have not seen that. I wonder if my car does it. I have not seen that as an option.
But you got to tell it to do it. You got to tell it to bring you up front. Do you have it park in the circle up front? It parks perfectly.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Where it backs in and all that. You're saying?
Yeah. Well, I mean, like if you're leaving your house and you just put in 4695 South Monaco,
yes, it will go there.
It should go right into the circle and then park.
It will. It will do that.
Wow.
Yeah.
So like mine will. Well, mine might be able to do it a long time from now, but it's I don't have hardware 4. I only have hardware 3 in it.
Yeah.
So when will the redesign, the really slick looking S, come out? Don't they have a redesign?
It'll look very similar. It's going to be a different battery. It'll kind of look like the old Y and the new Y. It's not like it's a total.
Oh, okay.
But it'll have the better. Well, it'll have the same computer Brian has, but it'll.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. So, getting back to this new coverage, here's what we have to say. All of the homeowners' policies are changing, and yours has probably changed. And when you go to your coverage, you will most likely have an ACV roof policy, which means actual cash value, depending on the year from installation, your roof will be paid accordingly. Look at it as being paid for what the roof is worth, not for replacement. So as roofs get older, they're worth less and less. So eventually you won't have roof coverage, especially when you take that coverage and then apply a 1 or 2% deductible.
Right.
The days of normal deductibles of $1,000, $2,000, $5,000, are they impossible to get, or can you still get them?
If they were grandfathered in, even those are starting to change. For a while, even with some of our carriers, they would grandfather in those deductibles and not make you change them. Most of those carriers have even at renewal said, nope, now it's 1% or whatever that is at that point. But yeah, this.
And it's simply because roofing is being replaced too much around here. I mean,
well, the insurance companies, it's not. They can't possibly make money. They're losing money hand over fist in Colorado,
right,
because of hail.
Are other states around Colorado facing the same situation?
Like Arizona doesn't deal with hail, so it's just not really an issue they deal with. Texas, yes. California has got all sorts of problems.
They're going by actuarials. They're going by actuarials of what people have. Okay, so let's talk about that. So now you get a policy and you have this outrageous deductible.
Yep.
Does this new gap kind of insurance cover just the deductible?
No.
Or do they cover everything?
It has nothing to do with the deductible. You can base the amount of coverage on your deductible.
So give me an idea how I use it.
Okay, here's how I did it yesterday. This is a customer called me and is looking for home and auto insurance.
Got it.
And I was looking at their policy, and what I recommended, what I sent them, was a home policy with the highest possible wind hail deductible they offer, which was 5%. Okay.
Okay, so it was actual cash value plus a 5% deductible.
That's what the quote I sent was.
So in essence, that particular policy would have very little
roof coverage.
No roof
he
coverage.
Estimated that the replacement cost of the roof would be $18,000. He just got it done, so he knows what it costs.
And his new policy has 5% dwelling, and actual
his
cash
dwelling
value
was $500,000. So he has a $25,000 wind hail deductible and ACV. Okay.
Okay. So basically no roof coverage.
Basically no roof coverage. So I sent him this quote. I talked to him about that.
Right. Got it.
We kind of brought up the strategy. I raised the deductible to that amount.
Right.
It lowered the quote from a $5,000 deductible on wind and hail. It lowered the premium by $1,100, just under $1,100. Okay.
So
a
he
year.
was able to save $1,100, but virtually gave up roof coverage.
Gave up roof coverage.
All right. Got it.
Then I gave him a quote for $20,000 of this new roof coverage. It's basically covering hail damage if something happens.
It's a $20,000 coverage for hail.
For hail.
And it's used any way he wants to use it.
Yeah, he didn't. I mean, they don't know about each other. In other words, he essentially is going to use this if there's hail damage it's got to be true hail damage.
Right.
This policy would pay out. The cost of this policy for him was $1,107. So it's $1,100.
Right.
Call it.
So he broke even.
He broke even, but he has a zero deductible in essence.
Right.
He's got $20,000 of coverage. The second thing, the other huge thing on this policy, they don't report to Clue. You're not going to be surcharged.
Tell me why they're doing this.
It's just it's essentially a new product that has basically gap coverage. Those figures won't always work that way, but the way I'm looking at it, especially if someone's got a relatively expensive home insurance policy, which is about all of us now. If I can save the money by raising that wind hail deductible and then offer this, to me, it makes all the sense in the world because you're not going to get dinged if you make the claim. Plus,
and it's not meant to be your solo coverage, obviously.
Well, it can be. They don't care.
They don't care. Oh, they're simply offering an amount of money in the event of hail, period.
That's right. Now it has to be
a total loss, right?
No. It doesn't have to be a total loss, but what it has to have, they use the National Weather Service. It has to fit the category of a hail loss in the National Weather Service, a severity level. It's usually like 1 inch or more. That's not how they define it, but in essence, whenever you start reading through,
be hail damage.
It's got to be true.
Period.
It's not going to cover cosmetic. It's not going to cover wear and tear over time, of course.
Right.
It's got to be a legitimate hailstorm. But if it is, and there's damage, it can't just be that there was a hailstorm and no damage occurred.
Right.
There's got to be damage. They'll pay whatever that limit you give. That's what they pay. They don't have to negotiate with you and say, hey, send me contractor bids. They give you the money and they're out.
So you can buy up to how much now in this?
$25,000.
Up to $25,000.
Yep.
So it's a totally separate policy.
Yep.
And
they don't care about the roof type. They don't care how old it is. They don't even ask these things.
They don't care.
It's all based off of location.
It's simply a policy that pays you X amount of dollars, the coverage amount with hail, period. That's it.
Yep.
Why did they come up with this to augment and as coverage for deductibles? Is that why they came up with it?
Huge problem, and now it's not in every state. It's in hail-prone states.
What's the name of the company that does it?
SOLA, S-O-L-A. It's backed by Lloyd's of London, so it's financially as secure as you get.
So now think about that. So it's possible that you can still have a very low deductible and not pay any more for coverage.
Right, and not worry about making a claim if that's the way you want to use this strategy. Because right now, if you make a claim on your home insurance policy for a new roof, you're going to get dinged. And then if you have a second claim of any kind, it's hard to find insurance.
So let me get this straight. You could literally have this coverage pay for all of your roof.
If you have a roof that would be, if you're good with $25,000,
right,
then you don't even have to make a claim on your home insurance policy. This will never show up in the Clue report because they don't report to Clue.
Wow.
They don't surcharge you on renewal for this policy if you have a claim.
And they don't make you go to your company first.
No.
They don't care.
Don't care.
It's a flat out coverage
for
independent. When you think about it, it's an independent It's almost like Affleck does with health
It's
insurance.
exactly how I look at it. It's exactly right. And it's basically you're buying.
And by the way, for those listening with Affleck, I don't even hear him advertising anymore, but the way it worked
like a
was
supplemental, yeah.
It's simply you get a flat amount if you
break an arm or something.
Right.
Yeah, right.
So this is no matter what, if you have hail damage, you collect the payout, period. You can use that payout any way you want. Right. You can use it to replace the entire roof. Or what about this? What if you get the payout of 25 and it costs 30? You decide to cover that other 5. You don't even have to put a claim in with your insurance.
You wouldn't in that case because your deductible is probably too high for it unless you start from the get-go. But yeah.
So you get the money to use any way you want.
That's right.
It's a safe way of saying it.
Yep.
Wow.
And you can for sure use this in conjunction with saying, oh man, the insurance company's making me get a $10,000 deductible. You can get $10,000 if you want and say, I don't want a deductible. And you use it in conjunction. In other words, you would make the claim.
Right.
And you would use this to just pay your deductible.
So are you using this coverage as a comparison for every renewal now?
It's a tool that I have a discussion. I mean, it's brand new. So it's a discussion. And in this case, like what I was talking to him, this is how I would do it. I would say if the $25,000 can cover my roof, I wouldn't even carry roof coverage on my home insurance policy. And that's how I would be.
Are you allowed to drop roof coverage on a regular policy?
It varied. Some carriers will offer a roof exclusion, but it's unusual. But I guess in essence, what I mean is carry the highest possible wind hail deductible you can possibly get, and then use this.
Because really, other than wind hail, what will destroy a roof? Nothing.
Time, and that's not covered. You know what I mean? It's just
granular
loss over time.
Roof coverage. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, and again,
hail and wind.
What I mentioned here, this really, I don't look at it as wind coverage because it's truly needing like tornado force wind to cover it underneath those policies.
Even if it's a bad windstorm,
it's got to hit a certain mile per hour.
And that's recorded by the National Weather Service?
Yeah, it's by the National Weather Service. And in order to have the full coverage on the policy, it has to hit 165 miles per hour.
So you're not going to get that.
You're not going to see that in Colorado.
Okay.
So this really, but I mean,
it's really just hail
claims
coverage.
In Colorado is going to be hail. So this is, it's not for everybody, but if you kind of understand the purpose of it, it makes sense because you're not going to get dinged with having a claim, and it will still give you the coverage you want to help pay for that roof.
303-713-TALK, 713-8255. This is incredible coverage, and it can be the answer for a lot of people. It's kind of like it's a flat rate coverage for your roof. You get a certain amount if it's destroyed by hail, and it's hail coverage. Okay, speaking of roofs, Genesis Total Exteriors does roofing, siding, windows, gutters, painting, decks, and more. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. Also, mold detection and remediation the honest way. GenesisTotalExteriors.com.
Now, impact traffic.
Now we're still looking at the cleanup of a crash we've had northbound 25 up past Hamden approaching Yale. Right side of the highway is blocked. They're kind of jockeying right now for position with the tow trucks. So hopefully they can get everything off the highway here shortly. But it is still tied up from Orchard, making your way up. It's pretty solid jamming. Southbound 25 into downtown, sluggish. And I-70 westbound at Brighton, we have a crash on the shoulder. It's a hazard. Some slowing through there.
It's really just
270, but no other big delays. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This report is sponsored by Allstate. Some people just know you could save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Those people are probably saving a carload of cash right now. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Hey, if you are ever in an accident and you need to talk to an attorney, very few personal injury attorneys talk to you up front before you sign up. John Fuller will talk to you. He'll discuss your case in detail with no charge and no obligation to hire him. Now, here's what's great about John Fuller. If you do hire him, it's on a percentage fee basis like most personal injury attorneys. But unlike most, John Fuller gives you his personal cell phone. That's right. Honest to God, you get his personal cell phone that you can call or text anytime while you're a client. 303-597-4500. That's where it starts. Give him a call right now. 303-597-4500. Fix It 24/7 wants to be your company. So what they're doing is showing you their extreme clean, tune, and check, basically a furnace refurbishment. They'll come to your home and they'll take it apart to the extent they can. They'll clean every nook and cranny. Did you know that dirt and grime are the main reasons that furnaces fail? So you add life to your furnace and you get to see what Fix It 24/7 can do. That's what they want. That's why they're offering it to people that never had it done before. FixMyHome.com, book now. FixMyHome.com, book now. All right. If you need a loan, why not get U.S. Mortgages to shop the marketplace to find the best deal for you? Shop around. David Szymanski and his team at U.S. Mortgages welcomes the shopping because they love shopping for you. Right now, they have a 5-year fixed rate at 4.99% or below. So you can get through these rough times of mortgage rates, or you can refi out of them at any time rates go down. That's, by the way, an APR of 6.04. Get that 5-year 4.99 fixed rate. And you are then entered into the lowest rate for life program, which means when you are a customer of U.S. Mortgages, if rates go down by as little as 0.5%, you get refinanced with no lender fees and no appraisals. And there's no limit to the number of times you can use it. 303 low rate. 303 low rate. USMLoan.com.
Is that it, Tom?
Yeah, you can talk to him.
Hey, Mark.
Yeah, I'm on.
What do you think of that? Were you listening to me? What do you think of that policy,
coverage?
That coverage?
I was in and out of it, so tell me about it real quick.
Okay, so this carrier is called SOLA, S-O-L-A. They will offer essentially what we were calling it a gap policy, but it can be basically a just hail coverage, period. So you don't even use your home insurance if you don't want to, and you can get up to $25,000 for your roof if there's a hailstorm, and it has to be a qualifying storm defined by the National Weather Service, where it has severity that's large enough to damage roofs, in their opinion. I guess it's got to be usually over 1-inch size hail, that kind of thing. But if there's damage to your roof or home, period, because of the hail, this policy will pay whatever that limit you purchased, and it just goes to you, the full amount of the check. So if you have $25,000, they send you $25,000.
How much is it for like $25,000?
Yeah, so it's all based off of the location of the home. It doesn't matter how old the roof is, what kind of roof it is, nothing. So I just ran a quote. It was, what's that?
It sounds more like gambling.
In what way? What do you mean by that?
Well, it sounds like you're basically just betting if there's going to be hail. Like, I've got a hail-proof roof. So you're saying even if I had an all-metal roof with cement over the metal, and then on top of that,
doesn't matter.
A 100% impossible to damage.
You would never buy this. It would make no sense to buy this. You would buy this with an asphalt roof. You're not buying it with your roof either. I'm saying with
I thought you were going to say it's cheap.
No, it's not cheap. But it's here's how it worked. Like, I just did one yesterday. This was the example I just gave. I raised this guy's quote when I was working on it to 5% wind hail deductible. So essentially he has no roof coverage. He just replaced the roof and it cost $18,000. So I got him a $20,000 policy. It saved him just under $1,100 on his home to go up to a 5%. This policy costs $1,100, but he essentially has no deductible, and they don't report to Clue. So you're not dinged. Your rate's not going up on your home because you're not even filing a claim.
So they don't even care what you do with the money. You just get it.
You get whatever you want. You get it and you do what you want.
Well, so my deductible, I don't even remember what mine is. It could be 10,000. I have no idea what mine is.
No, yours is higher.
So you're saying this product would make no
sense. Because of your roof.
But you wouldn't get this, no.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. Paul's got a comment on roofing. Hello, Paul. Welcome to the show. What's going on? Paul, what's happening?
Replacing the roof. We've lived in this house for 30 years, and every 4 or 5 years, one of the roof vultures comes around and tells me I need to replace my roof because of hail damage, and I always told them to go fly a kite. So after 30 years, USAA finally looked at my roof and says, yes, you have hail damage. So I went through the process with them. They came up with a total a little over $20,000, and they paid all of it.
Yep. Wait a minute. So USAA covered past damage, and they grouped it all in one claim?
Yeah, I only made one claim. These people that make claims every 4 or 5 years are really the culprits in all of this, contributing to increased insurance costs, and they get a few $1,000 and they're happy. But they're the ones that are driving this issue along. So I just waited until 30 years, and then I replaced my roof.
Yeah, you know what's weird about this is that they
assign it to an actual claim.
Yeah, they normally would want to know which storm did it, and actually they would go so far, some insurance companies, of subtracting the previous damage.
Well, if you can attribute damage, it doesn't matter if there was prior damage before it, but if you can attribute enough damage from a storm in the last 12 months or whatever, then it doesn't matter that the roof was old or whatever.
They don't parse out the previous damage. They don't say, wait a minute, you should have. What if you were paid for previous damage?
Well, that's a different story. Yeah, if you make a claim and didn't fix it.
So what USA did was they said, yes, your
there was a hailstorm last year, and this did damage. We're going to replace it. That's not abnormal.
I guess what Paul's saying is, you don't have to put in a claim for each and every storm. Of course, that's a personal choice. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. Get your calls in, no matter what they're about. 303-713-TALK.
Thank you.
I assumed he was put on hold, but apparently not. Okay, I'm going to get a cup of coffee here.
Boy, I knew Target was going to take a shit. I'm glad I sold it.
Target.
Hey, Mark.
Yeah.
How's Dima?
She's all right. I mean, she's eating something in the backyard or something. I have no idea. She was fine a couple days, but she's getting into something, and it's making her throw up. And then she'll be fine because she doesn't get into it, and then she throws up again.
My dog was eating mushrooms.
Eating what?
Mushrooms.
Nice.
What, from your stash, Kelly?
They were actually in the grass, okay? I'm innocent.
Well, the good news
I'm
is
going to buy a bunch of Walmart.
The good news is if you have any puke to clean up, it sounds like Mark's good at cleaning it up now.
Oh, God, I'm a pro. I'll take puke over shit any day, though. Diarrhea.
Good afternoon, Tom Martino Show. Hello, Joe. How are you? I've got you coming up on the next break, okay? So hang on for me. To let you know, I believe Zach already did it, but 12:45, there's a 30 spot for major radio. That should be a 60 because we missed the 10:30, and then a CMG.
I have a lot of big questions here. Did you get any? I haven't pushed the comparison.
Afternoons 4 to 6.
Wednesday, for the numbers are in. There can be no doubt. The trend line is clear. The population is dropping in Colorado. Why is that happening? What does it mean for the future of the state? Join me at 4.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, Tom Martino here. What's going on in your life? We got Major Marc Mager at his home studio. I'm at my home studio, and you are welcome to join us on, of course, the iHeartRadio app or on radio on 630 KHOW or YouTube. And we are always ready to take your questions, problems, and complaints. We have with us Brian Burns from Compass Insurance Group, and we've been talking about insurance, and I do have some questions that were texted to me as well, and you can text me at 747-999-5280, 747-999-5280, or you can do the iHeart short code 57739. And of course, we always love your phone calls at 303-713-TALK, 713-255. You can get right through. If someone, and not just insurance, but if someone you suspect some liar or cheater you've been doing business with, or you want to know if someone's good to do business with, give us a call. So right now I have some questions I want to get right to. This I don't understand completely. It says here that your personal injury, I'm paraphrasing this because it's longer and different. Your personal injury attorney went after a guy's own insurance and got him $300,000. How does that work? Again, that's the
uninsured motorist is what they're referring to, I'm sure.
So really, when you carry uninsured motorist coverage, you're covering yourself.
Yeah, because I mean, the last definition we gave was that you're basically putting insurance on other people, which some people will hear
really are.
You are, but some people hear that and it's like, well, I don't want to insure them. Well, that's not what we mean. We mean you're putting it on them in case they hurt you, period. That's it.
Of course. And then you have somewhere to collect from.
Right.
Okay. Can an insurance company legally deny my claim if they say my house was not properly maintained? They don't. They didn't say what claim was being denied.
But
when can maintenance be blamed? I would imagine. What about a broken pipe? Maybe no, not really.
Okay, let's give this example. To your point, what you were just talking about, a hail claim that you got paid for, didn't fix. Okay, and then there's a hole in the roof, or there's a place where it's in a leak, but it's because you didn't do what you said you were going to do. They would look at that and say, this is just because you didn't fix your roof. We're not going to keep paying for claims because you didn't.
So they can actually deny that claim based on the fact you didn't fix it.
That's right. Yep.
What if something is just worn out and shabby?
Yeah, they won't pay to replace the roof in that case. Let's say the roof is just worn out. It starts leaking, and
the water damage would be covered.
The water damage would be covered, but the roof, it wouldn't be covered unless they could be attributed to an actual peril that caused it. It's just wear and tear is never covered.
Someone else said they repaired their outside hose spigot.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't do a good job. It started leaking back into the basement. Can they get coverage for that if they're the ones that did the work?
The fact that they did the work is not the problem on that particular one. The question would be if the water hits the ground and starts coming in, it doesn't matter. That's not going to be covered either way.
The outside spigot, if it went back into the house and it didn't hit the ground, that's where it gets weird.
Yeah.
Because we've had cases, listen to this one, we've had cases where it hit the siding of the house, went down, hit the deck, and then flowed into the house. Then we had some water that came in through a broken window from the hail and wind. And that was covered.
Right.
But the water, they literally went, Brian, at this time, and they parsed out the damage that went through the window and the damage that went onto the deck and in.
And wouldn't cover that, but would cover the other.
Exactly. Because one is water intrusion, the other is water flow or flood.
Yeah, flood. Once it hits the ground, it's considered
it doesn't even have to hit the ground. It has to hit a horizontal.
Right.
That's what's weird. If it hits something like a deck or a porch or outside, if it hits a horizontal surface outside and flows inside, you're screwed. If it comes directly into your home through a broken window, you are covered.
Right. And to the nature of that question, let's say you did your own repair on a pipe in the basement that you were working on.
Right.
And you did a poor job and the pipe broke apart and water went everywhere. Well, the damage is covered. Even though you did the work, the damage would still be covered. They're not going to pay to fix the pipe, but they'll pay for the resulting damage.
Okay. This other one says, is it true that some insurance companies inspect aerial photos of your home based on drones to price?
Oh, the aerial photos are used all the time, not for price, but for eligibility. So, in other words, your rate's not changing. They're not going to offer you a higher rate because the aerial photos look bad. No, but what they could do is like, the aerial photos show that there's trees touching your roof. You have to trim all those back or else we're not going to insure you. They will do that.
So wouldn't it be nice if you could go online, like Excel Roofing has it, where you can go online and get a quote for your architectural lighting, because the app knows your house and it measures your roof line and it figures that's where the lighting is going to be mostly.
Okay.
So is there anything like that for homeowners insurance? You would think where you can do your own estimating?
Like for quotes, you're saying?
Yeah. They don't have anything that advanced, do they?
Well, I mean, home insurance quotes aren't really, there's not a ton of options to go find. I mean, there are some. There's some InsurTech type carriers that you can go on and get a quote. And whether or not, the problem is with home insurance, there's always an underwriting period. So if you switch to a carrier and you think you're set, they will come out and inspect. Even if they used aerial photos, they're going to come do an inspection of the home. And if they determine that it's not something that they want to insure, they have the right to cancel. So
what does this mean? People are getting letters, their neighbors, they didn't get any, saying their house is too close to a wildfire zone. Is there a such thing as a wildfire zone? I've never heard of that.
Yeah, a wildfire prone area, you can, I mean, that's a
are you finding
right
people right now that are being turned down because of their proximity to trees?
I get calls. It's not, the tree part is not necessarily what I would say is the most common. That happens where they say there's trees too close to your house, cut them down or move them, whatever. We are getting calls all the time from people being non-renewed because they're in a wildfire area. Let's say Evergreen.
Right.
They'll call us and say, State Farm's canceling us. What can you help us? We do have a carrier that can do that. We have a couple carriers that will write that. Now it's excess, so in other words, it's not an admitted market. Your standard markets that you know about.
No, in other words, it's going to be extra money no matter what.
Surprisingly, it's not always that much more. I've got one carrier that we use. It's a carrier called Evanston, and they are incredible at pricing on these fire risks. They'll only go up to a certain value. If it gets over a certain value, they're not an answer anymore. If it's over 1.5 million, they won't do it.
But isn't there a difference between being around trees and being in a fire zone?
Yeah.
In other words, Mark, you never Mark's
in a wildfire area.
He is?
He is.
I didn't know. Mark,
yeah, I think I'm a 5, if that makes sense.
Now, you're a protection class 5. That's different than the wildfire score. The wildfire score goes up to, I think, 100. So, Mark, when we quoted you, and even some of the carriers you're looking at, it is more difficult to find insurance where Mark is.
It is.
Oh yeah, and then I'm lucky enough to be within, I think it's 5 miles of a fire station. People that aren't, forget about it.
Yeah, well, I could still find those people insurance. It just wouldn't be with an admitted. It wouldn't be with an admitted market.
Let's just boil it down to this: the higher the risk, the higher the price.
Yes,
I mean,
or higher deductibles. You're taking on more responsibility when that risk is higher. But the higher the risk, the more in need you are of an insurance broker, because there is no way you're going to find insurance that's affordable on your own when you have a unique risk like that. It's just not going to happen.
You know how we love saving money. What about the guaranteed lowest price? Listen, you need a furnace, the guaranteed lowest price from RenewHomeInnovations.com. And they say put them to the test. They have pricing software. They will quote your bid and then beat it. So call them. If you're looking at a furnace, someone tells you need a new one, at least give them a shot. RenewHomeInnovations.com, 303-904-2000, 303-904-2000.
This year, skip the big box madness and head to Triple J Armory for deals worth aiming for. We're loading up huge Black Friday savings on firearms, optics, and gear at both our Littleton and Colorado Springs locations. Visit us first for the best prizes, giveaways, and unbeatable prices. And the expert service you only get at a store full of freedom. From all of us at Triple J Armory, happy Thanksgiving. And remember, when it comes to Black Friday, shop smart, shop local, shop armed. Triple J Armory. Lock, load, save.
A lot of people like being a landlord, but being a landlord can be a problem if it's not in the right place. Colorado's definitely not the right place nowadays, but Vestera Turnkey can help you find the best markets in the country to be a landlord, where rents are strong, the rental market is strong, and resale is really strong on equity growth. If you want to be a landlord without the conventional risks and hassles, and you want the help of professionals to manage the whole thing, call VesteraTurnkey.com, VesteraTurnkey.com, 303-888-3788.
Joe Chiano, my friend at mymoneymyway.com. Joe, I got your email. I guess I'm a little disappointed. It looks like the annuity product you guys sell with the 17% bonus is going down to 15% in January. What does this mean for people?
Right. Well, that means, Mark, people that have been thinking about this, they have the opportunity to get the 17% bonus day one immediately, if they do take action before the end of December.
Well, I love every bit of it. They better jump in now if they've been on the fence. The bottom line is you have $100,000 in a orphan 401k or an IRA and you want that guaranteed money. It instantly would become $117,000. That's no joke, Joe. I mean, that's really a great deal. And it's guaranteed never to lose money.
Yeah, and then when they get to be retired, basically, they can turn the income switch on and get an income for the rest of their lives, Mark. And if they need long-term care, that income stream will double.
Yeah, I've loved that part.
To help them get into a good facility or have somebody come into their home and take care of them. It is
so important,
product.
people. If you want that guaranteed income, I'd never tell you to put all your eggs in one basket, but if you want that guaranteed check when you decide to retire, almost like a Social Security check, well, I'm not even sure that's going to be guaranteed after 2035, but this is a great way to do it. It can never go down. When the stock market goes up, your account value goes up. When the stock market goes down, you lock in. You don't go down. But when it goes up again, you go up again. I absolutely love it. Call up, get all the details. Guaranteed money, mymoneymyway.com. Call up Joe, call up Jordan, mymoneymyway.com. Hello, hello, hello.
Yes, sir.
Okay, just seeing who's there.
Yep.
We're here.
I'm buying Walmart. I should own half a Walmart by now. I'd like to think that.
You have someone at your door there?
No, that's it has to be
No, the
now.
pizza's there. Pizza's
the other
there.
guy was too mature to do it.
Pizza's there. Damn it. Got it. It's a big minority woman. What was the latest one you grabbed? I forgot. It was pretty good, too.
Let me pull that up. Hang on. No, don't say it. Don't say it. I got to play it. No, we're not saying it. New favorite.
What is it?
He's a penis wrinkle.
Oh, yes, penis wrinkle. She called Tom a penis wrinkle.
Nah. She was talking about you.
Yeah, penis wrinkle. Love it.
She said that on the air, too.
Yep. She did. Dragon and I basically looked at it took us a couple seconds.
What was the context of that one?
Talking about an ex-husband.
Her ex-husband.
It's pretty funny. I mean, I've never heard it before.
That is pretty funny.
It's pretty hard to come up with a new insult, too, you know, because everything's been said.
Right.
$14, jeez. Oh, my goodness. I'm creating my own tax burden. I never...
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here with Brian Burns from Compass Insurance Group. I haven't been giving out the number that much to get your insurance comparison, but I do think we do have some to compare. In addition to being here, when they're not here, and of course providing insurance to you guys, they also do insurance comparisons, insurance checkups, we call it. So you can call and actually get a quote based on what you have to see if they can beat it. Now, obviously, their job is not to necessarily beat it, but to tell you what else is available. I mean, if they can beat it, they say about 75% of the time, they can probably do better for you in coverage, in premium, or in both. And sometimes they can't. So it's a really great thing to do. It has no downside whatsoever. And the number to call when he's not, well, all the time, the number to call for the checkup is 303-996-9000, 303-996-9000. Does that quote compass.com work?
Yeah, so Quote Compass is a really easy way because it walks you through like being able to get your declaration pages. We have a system that you just log into your carrier and it will pull those declaration pages over for you automatically.
Oh, cool.
We try to make it as easy as we can if you go to our website too.
All right, but anyway, if you call and you know what coverage you have, they can give you a workup. So do we have any examples?
We do have a couple examples here. This person called over. They're with Allstate right now, but true to what our conversation, they looked on their policy and found they have a roof schedule. So their roof is only covered for 40% right now. We were able to get them replacement cost on the home insurance on the roof. And between the auto and home, we were able to save them $775 a year.
Really?
Yep.
Wait a minute. So in addition,
to
saving the $700,
yep,
they now have full replacement on their roof. They would have been looking at paying for that roof.
That's right. Yep. The roof was going to be solely their responsibility once you take into account the actual cash value and the deductible.
Okay, why were you able to do that?
They didn't send it. They just gave me the rates. They told me what they did.
You put it into the hopper, and you guys are comparing it to what, about 25 carriers?
Yeah, this particular carrier was Auto Owners, is what it says. They put with a company called Auto Owners.
It's a good company.
Yeah, they're a great company. Another one here, they were with Liberty Mutual, and we moved them to Acuity, or we quoted them with Acuity. For auto, home, and umbrella, and saved them $1,100 a year.
Wow, just think, man, almost $100 a month just with one phone call, and probably got better coverage. On the other one, they had to pay for the whole roofs. They got them full replacement value plus saved them at about $100. It's amazing to me. Why do people not compare? I don't know. That's why I'm urging you to call right now. We'd love to give more examples. And 303-996-9000. Again, they can't save on everyone, but they certainly try. All right. This one is my property line. Okay. If my property line is disputed and a neighbor's tree damages my home, I don't know if it has anything to do with property line or not. Does my insurance cover me if that tree hurts his home?
So trees are always one of those tough ones. In general, you're never going to be held liable, and your neighbor's not going to be held liable No one's held liable because of what happens to their tree. In other words, if wind comes in and blows over a tree onto your neighbor's house and it's your tree, you're not liable for that.
That's considered an act of
That's
God.
an act of God. Their home insurance has to pay for it, their own damage.
If someone knew they had a broken down tree, that's a separate issue as far as liability.
Yeah.
If you wanted to take them to small claims court or something.
If you can prove negligence on
But
their
as
end,
far as insurance goes, they don't ascribe blame to that, saying it's their fault.
No, in general, when something like that happens, your own policy has to cover your house if it was damaged.
Would they try to subrogate, do you know?
Unless they have a real strong case for negligence, like they've been told over and over again, you need to cut this tree down, and they didn't. But other than that, no, you're not going to see them do anything.
So basically, what about Airbnbs? Do they mess with my homeowners?
There are clear exclusions on a homeowner policy and on a rental home policy for short-term rental. So you have to make sure, if you're doing short-term rental, you have to get a policy that covers you for short-term rental.
Really?
Yes, that's a huge deal because there's clear exclusions on a policy for it. For damage caused in the result and it's being rented out for short-term basis, you'll find an exclusion if you did not get the coverage that you need.
This person said they had no special coverage, so they were wide open.
Yeah. Yep.
Now, can that coverage be used when needed, or is it a yearly policy? What is it like?
It's just, you have to make sure you're with a carrier that offers it. Number one, not every carrier wants short-term rental.
Something you can turn on and off, or
no, your policy just goes, you get a policy and you say this is going to be used for short-term rental, and that endorsement is on there at that point, so that exclusion goes away.
What about with theft? If they steal personal property, this is very interesting, and again, I'm paraphrasing. If someone steals personal property in a theft, obviously that property is covered. What if part of that property they steal are bank account information or identity documents? Does subsequent loss as a result of that get covered by homeowners?
Again, that would be more of an ID theft coverage. So if you have identity theft
Can you
coverage,
get that with your homeowners?
You can get it. It's limited in nature. There's tons of places you can go get that. Obviously, you can go get that from LifeLock or one of those type of places. But on a policy, you can get identity theft coverage, and it will give you some coverage for that kind of thing.
Now, this is my question. Personally, I mean, it didn't happen to me, but it's something I remember hearing. Don't you have coverage if somebody sues you from homeowners? I forget what it's called. Is it personal injury coverage?
Oh, yeah.
I think it's people don't understand exactly what that is. And again, this is my question. I didn't get a text on it.
Personal injury also is one of those coverages that you'll see on a lot of your Allstate, State Farm. They don't even cover it. They don't have it on there. But that's what's going to cover you for things like if you are sued because of something you said, libel and slander.
Yeah, that's the part I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So if you said something about a neighbor, and that neighbor sues you, you're covered. Your insurance company covers you
unless you purposely did it. You know what I mean? If you know that you're lying and you go out and you lambast, it's no different than if you walked into a bar and you punched someone in the nose. Your liability is not going to cover you because that was an intentional act.
Okay.
Same thing with libel and slander. If you misspoke and you said something and they sue you, you have coverage for. If you have personal injury coverage, you can be covered for that. But if you're intentionally trying to disparage someone, you know what you're doing, no policy is going to cover you for that.
What about, this is a question on off-premises coverage. I'll put into my own words. To what extent does it go for stuff that you own in your house that is stolen elsewhere?
100% of your personal property limit will extend outside your home. The limitation comes into play if it's in storage. In a storage unit, most policies will cover 10%. Whatever your personal property, if you have $200,000 of personal property coverage, they'll cover $20,000 in a storage unit. Same thing with another residence you own. So if you have another home and you have and you don't have personal property coverage on it, your personal property limit 10% will extend to that second home. So those are
when do you get 100% of off-premises
anywhere
coverage?
else? Like if you're driving around,
my stuff is in my car. It's covered.
It's covered. But there's a deductible, whatever your home deductible is. But yes.
Wow. So I don't think a lot of people understand that sometimes their personal property.
I had a customer not too long ago that was they were moving to their second home in Arizona.
Okay.
They stayed they were in New Mexico, and they stayed at a hotel. They had a big old van, like a U-Haul van with all their stuff.
All right.
And when they were asleep that night, someone broke into the van and stole everything. And it ended up being that the insurance company paid over $120,000.
Oh, my God.
In personal property coverage.
Now, Mike, what is your question? Welcome to the show, Mike. I'm Tom Martino. What's happening, Mike?
Yeah, I'm curious about what the insurance gentleman there, would he recommend if you have multi homes for roof coverages on all the homes? What would you go from there?
Is there such thing as group policy? Meaning, do they get discounts if they have more than one home with you guys?
So some carriers will give you a discount if you have multiple homes with them, but I'm assuming in this case what you're referring to, sir, is that do you have a bunch of rental homes?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
How many are we talking about, Mike?
I got what do I got? 6 different doors, or 7 doors.
Okay.
7.
Yeah. So as long as they're not all like where the line is on a personal line policy for rental homes is they'll take up to 4 units together. In other words, if there's a home that has more than, it almost becomes an apartment in that case. So if there's 5 units that are all one structure, that's no longer a personal line policy. That you would have to go commercial. But if you have, let's say you have 7 different homes, of course, you would get dwelling fires. But
different homes.
I'm sorry?
He has different homes.
Yeah, so
7.
You have just 7 different dwelling fire policies. My opinion...
But you got to do it as a landlord if you're renting them out.
It's called a dwelling fire, but landlord policy, same thing. They're synonymous.
Are landlord policies cheaper or more expensive usually?
In general, they're less expensive
because you're not doing the contents, right?
Because you have no contents coverage. It's not as a robust policy as a homeowner policy. So in general, they are a little bit less expensive. But to your question, I would even look at this product I was just telling you about. Go as high as you can on the deductible and just see how much it saves. And then if you want to have some roof coverage, get this SOLA that I was talking about, this gap policy, if you will, that will cover the roof up to the limit that you would want.
Okay. Yeah, because I deal with Compass Insurance myself. So
how many?
Definitely look at that.
But there's no such thing as having one policy with multiple addresses, right?
There are. Here's the complication.
Like a landlord that owns like 5 or 6 places can have one big policy.
I've got a couple carriers that will allow you to stack as many addresses as you want. Here's the problem. If there's a mortgage company on each one, you can't do it that way because they've got to bill. In other words, the billing gets screwed up. So if you own all the properties outright, you can easily do it like that. And I have customers that have policies where I have 8, 9 properties on one policy.
All right. Well, thank you for calling, Mike. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Water Pros, I'm telling you, I love this system right now. Now, they have a couple deals going on for the holidays. But this one right now, $21.95 for a whole house filter that removes forever chemicals, chlorine, lead, bacteria. For the whole house, it goes in on the main water supply. One giant filter, just $21.95. $21.95. Waterpros.net, 303-862-5554.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
Yeah, we've had an accident up north, southbound 25 at the Boulder Turnpike. They're trying to get it cleared for us right now. Motorcyclist involved, so it was taking a little extra time. The backup extending up to 104th Avenue. It is still pretty solid coming down out of Northglenn and Thornton. Other than that, the rest of the freeway system looks pretty good, fairly light. We have had some rock scaling. It just started up at the bottom of Floyd Hill and out of Idaho Springs. Both directions on I-70 are backed up right now. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This report is sponsored by Allstate. Wish you could save on home insurance? With Allstate, you could easily save and get quality protection. Yep, it's a win-win. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
You know, one of the biggest lies told, I'm from the factory direct to you. That's in the steel building business. You know what I love about Great Western Buildings? They are the factory, and they do deal direct to the consumer in all 50 states. The factory's right here in Grand Junction, Colorado, employing 150 people, and they are a factory with 100% American steel guaranteed for life. Their finishes guaranteed for 40 years. If you need a metal building for any reason, a warehouse, a shop, a riding arena, a garage, whatever you need, greatwesternbuildings.com, direct to you, no middlemen, greatwesternbuildings.com. Hey, do you want to save money on outdoor lighting, the permanent LED lighting for architecture? I call it architectural accent lighting because really, in addition to all the holidays, birthdays, game days, or any other thing you want to light up, you can just accent your home depending on your mood. Beautiful lighting at the best prices on the market. See for yourself. Go to the website, put in your address, and get an instant quote. excelroofing.com. That's Excel as in excellent, EXCEL, excelroofing.com. Oh, let me get that.
Wasn't me.
Oh, really?
For real, that one wasn't me.
Mark, you taking phone calls over there? Right, there you go. Yeah, Mark, your mic's on now. Sorry. How much time do I have?
3.
All right, I'm going to grab some here. I give so much goddamn about you.
Is this your third?
6.
6 cups of coffee? Oh my gosh.
Good afternoon, Tom Martino Show. Okay. Are you talking about Fix It 24/7? Okay, perfect. If you want to send me an email, we deal directly with the president. So our email address is help@troubleshooter.com. I'm sorry, what? Because that's the general procedure that we do because we work directly with the president. Let me place you on a brief hold.
Thanks for calling the Troubleshooter Show. Please hold a moment.
Good afternoon, Tom Martino Show. Tom Martino's not a lawyer. Are you talking about somebody on the referral list?
I counted them. I think this is my 7th. No, honest to God. I mean,
Do you start getting a little twitchy? No, Does it affect you at all?
Right. So you
makes
called
me
the
alert. I like it.
Network, which is a radio show. Are you familiar with the show? Okay, let me place you on a brief hold. I'll be right with you. Okay, sir. Yeah, we deal directly with the president, so the best way to get you a speedy answer is to send me an email to help@troubleshooter.com. And I will go ahead and send George directly the email that you have. And that is, once again, help@troubleshooter.com. Okay. Have you spoken with Fix It 24/7? Okay. What's your phone number, sir?
Is worth. Callfuller.com.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hey, talking insurance today, but anything you want to talk about, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Whatever's on your mind. Somebody wants to know, again, I'm summarizing this. When are riders required, separate riders in a homeowner's policy? Riders, which are RIDERS, rider, like it's a riding along on your policy. We've talked about jewelry. If people assume they got stuff covered. If you have an expensive piece of jewelry, it may not be covered. Is that right? Or is there always a certain amount of jewelry coverage with your home?
Almost always has like $1,000, but again, it won't cover like theft. It will cover theft, but it won't cover like if you just lose it. Mysterious disappearance. That's not automatic on a regular home policy.
With a rider, mysterious disappearance would work.
Yep.
I wonder, just on an off note, how many people, and maybe this is why some insurance companies won't insure you if you have bad credit. I'm serious.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know if you've come across that, but I've come across that where people are turned down for riders because of their credit report.
I haven't seen riders specifically. I do see not necessarily turned down because of credit or insurance score, if you want to call it that, but their rates are so high.
This was years ago. A woman, they told her, they did a credit report.
Okay.
And that she could not get insured for her jewelry because, this was years ago. In fact, I thought I talked to you. I thought I talked to you about it. It was years ago, and the reasoning, it was either you or maybe it was Matt, but the reasoning was if you're in financial trouble or difficulty, they may assume you'd be more likely to have a mysterious disappearance. You don't know?
I don't, and I haven't had something like that, but I have had people, let's say I've had people where I can't offer glass coverage because they have so many glass claims on their auto insurance.
Oh, really?
So they'll say, we'll write the policy, but you can't offer glass.
Is it because of where they live or something like that?
No, it's just propensity for claims. If they have 5 claims on their past 3 years, they're going to say, well, we'll give you insurance, but we're not going to offer a separate glass deductible.
All right. So when are riders needed then? And what are they for? On a homeowner's claim, for example, those that instrument over there, that's very expensive. Is that covered separately or in with my?
Yeah, there's not an exclusion for.
What if I was a professional musician?
Yeah, so you wouldn't even be able to insure it on your personal line policy. No, that's more of a commercial line policy at that point.
So off-premises coverage wouldn't cover me in a gig if I had a guitar stolen at a gig.
If you're a professional, it would not. In those cases, you have to get what's called an inland marine policy, and that's more of a commercial type policy.
It's called inland marine.
Yep. And that would
Why
cover
is it called inland marine?
Old school insurance terminology. It's just how it was used.
So that's for stuff you use on the job, basically.
Yep. Yeah. So
is that the same with a mechanic? If I have tools and I go over to my friend's house to help fix his car?
Yeah. For anything like that, where you have equipment as a company or as a business of sorts, if you're bringing your equipment with you, you got to have a coverage that covers you as it goes.
If you're a professional.
Yeah, that's a professional type. I'm talking about a business in that case. If
you're just a tree mechanic helping your friend out.
Well, if it's just like your personal tools,
you're
going to be covered for that if it's off premises.
But when you have professional tools at home, you brought home from the garage, you brought home from the warehouse, or you brought home,
or it's owned by a business.
That would have to be on your commercial policy.
That's right. Yep.
So even though where it happened might be at your home or business, you have to have the appropriate policies.
Right. They won't cover commercial type exposures. Personal policies just don't cross over in general for business related items.
Okay. We had a guy one time that had tools in his car, and it was parked outside of a motel room. He was on a remote job. And the car was broken into and the tools were taken. Would he be covered under his commercial insurance?
If he has the right coverage, he would be. If he has an inland marine policy or tool coverage.
But could they say you shouldn't have left it in the car or anything like that?
No, they can't. No, that's not one of those things they can say. That's just, it just is a theft that occurred.
All right. So to review, riders are needed for jewelry, but what about art?
Yeah, I mean, art is super inexpensive. The reason I like scheduling art onto a policy because it's super cheap. It establishes a value for those art.
When you call riders are scheduling, basically.
Yeah, that's scheduling. Yeah, so you could schedule. Some people schedule collectibles.
Okay,
you can schedule that. Yep.
So collectibles, art, jewelry.
Yeah.
What else can you
some
think of?
people do silverware or
really,
gold,
really,
or you can schedule that kind of stuff.
Okay, so because
silverware is obviously not as common anymore, but for a long time, silverware. I mean, people would have thousands of dollars worth of silverware, and so they would want to schedule it.
Okay, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. More right after this.
Now, impact traffic.
Speeds picking back up on the north end of town, I-25 southbound at Highway 36 and I-270. A crash has been moved over to the right shoulder. Still seeing some stop and go back from 104th. About 5 minutes of delays as speeds return to normal there. Otherwise, pretty standard drive throughout the Denver metro. Out west into the high country, are still seeing closures I-70 east and westbound through the Eisenhower Memorial Tunnel for ongoing rock scaling work. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Lowe's knows that saving is always top of mind, especially this season. Shop early Black Friday deals like select pre-lit artificial Christmas trees starting at $59.98. Because it's basically Christmas, right? Lowe's, we help you save. While supplies last, selection varies by location.
I love Sheridan Auto Tech, and you will too once you use them. Sheridan Auto Tech, the ones I use to take my car for major maintenance, minor maintenance, repairs, they have everything you want in a facility. They have experience, knowledge, trust, value, and longevity. Sheridan Auto Tech on Colfax west of Wadsworth. Plenty of parking, great lighting, a great facility, easy to get to. And you know what? They do pre-buy inspections on used cars as well. SheridanAutotech.com, a company you can trust for your autos. 303-455-7242. Hey, you know what? Red Rocks Solar is now Alliance Roof and Solar. Brooke White is the expert that we use on our show, and you should use him too. If you're looking for a solar system, you can get it paid for from 60 to 90% if you're a qualifying business. You could be a landlord. You could have a home-based business, an agribusiness, or a warehouse, a factory, whatever it is. Solar is here to stay, and commercial systems are heavily subsidized with tax credits and tax incentives. 303-704-2449. Get your solar system and then learn how to make positive cash flow selling back to the grid. 303-704-2449. RedRocksRS.com.
Are you sick and tired of that outdated bathroom? Maybe that cramped tub or slippery floors, or maybe you're just ready for a spa-like escape at home. I want you to check out discountbath.com. That's what Suzanne and I did. Affordable, high-quality bathroom remodeling at discount prices. They handle everything. They can do a tub-to-shower conversion. In fact, starting at under $10,000, they can do luxurious bathrooms, custom tile work, steam showers, full remodels, demolition, to done with discountbath.com. We're using them right now. You're going to absolutely love them. No high pressure sales, no hidden fees, just transparent pricing and great craftsmanship at a discount price. They're always right on budget. Check them out right now, discountbath.com. Get it done before Christmas. There's still time. Discountbath.com. Now let's talk about mymoney.myway.com. You know what these guys do. They sell annuity products. That's guaranteed money for life if you get the right annuity. They have one right now that has a 17% bonus. You got $100,000 getting rolled over from an IRA or an orphan 401k, $17,000 would be added on instantly, and that money would start growing. You're going to love these guys. They're honest as the day is long, and they're always going to steer you in the right direction. Please check them out at mymoneymyway.com. Guaranteed money. Your principal will never, ever, 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 ever go down, and that's guaranteed. mymoneymyway.com. Hey, Brian, while I got you, what do you want to run on KRDO on that ad?
Are you doing the reading?
I'll do it if you want. I just need 50, or if you got something, whatever you want to do, but it's going to be 50 spots in those 2 weeks. That's a lot of spots.
No, this is just just a good deal that he's got on advertisement. I mean, I'd love for you to do the read, but do you want me to write something up, or what do you want me to do?
Well, what do you want me to push on? I don't care what it is.
I like the idea of this thing I was just talking to you about. This gap coverage, this deductible buyback.
Give me the name of it real quick. What's the name of the product?
SOLA, Sola Insurance. Check it out and tell me what. Yeah, you can get a bunch of stuff off of it there. But I guess the idea would be just pushing the fact that we try to find the right solution for, that we...
Finally, gap insurance for your roof.
No, I wouldn't call it gap. I would call it insurance, a new way to insure your roof.
Yeah.
No deductible, fast cash payouts, covers all the out-of-pocket costs, premium savings. No impact on claims history, simple and transparent claims. It's an affordable add-on to your homeowners.
I'm just trying to think of something that maybe will get people interested. I mean, we could always, of course, do the normal stuff that we do as brokers, that we look around and try to shop around and try to find, the best product.
How about another hailstorm just ripped through town and your homeowner's deductible is $5,000. Don't get crushed by the out-of-pocket cost. Get Sola from the people I trust.
Yeah. Exactly. That's better, or even a $10,000 deductible, or something that's dramatic, like you find out your roof's not covered.
You can
thank
Grok. I got it.
All right,
it just dug through that entire website.
Thanks, Grok.
But we're still, wow, they sell direct too to the public. Did you see that?
Yeah, I did. It's no cheaper though.
Yeah, I know. I didn't know they sold direct.
Well, so maybe don't push Sola.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And then Tom, if you want to rip one for me and send it over. Stormproof your wallet. I like that.
Stormproof your wallet.
Thomas.
Yes, sir.
Send one too if you want, and I'll.
No, I understand. Yeah, I'm thinking.
Yeah, it's not a huge deal because it's only running 2 weeks, but there's a lot of fucking spots.
On Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here with Marc Mager, and we have Brian Burns from Compass Insurance Group. We've been doing some comparisons, and I want to remind you to do that because we want to give some examples of why people should do the insurance checkup. So I want you to call directly over there. They'll run you through their program and basically within a few minutes have some prices and coverages at 303-996-9000, and then we'll revisit those, 303-996-9000. Somebody asks, can you non-review, excuse me, let me get I don't want to use that one. Does my homeowner's insurance cover damage caused by a contractor?
So, like, the contractor gets up there and does damage because
they didn't really
faulty
specify.
workmanship. You would have to rely on their insurance. The contractor needs to cover that.
But if a contractor does damage to your house with a ladder or something, that's still the contractor's insurance.
Your home insurance isn't going to be the avenue for that.
All right, we got
what
more.
What happens if they have no coverage and they told you they did? Next thing you know, you have a hole in your roof.
You're screwed. Maybe. Let's talk about that, though. We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, 303-713-TALK.
Imagine cutting. Boy, you guys are just really, really, really quiet.
After the House and Senate passed the bill to release the Epstein files, Colorado politicians are reacting. Republican Congresswoman Lauren Boebert posted a video on social media after the vote. This bill is a long overdue disinfectant to the swamp's darkest corners. Democratic Congresswoman Brittany Pedersen says we must bring justice for the survivors, accountability for every single perpetrator, and the truth to the American people. Republican Congressman Gabe Evans says he will always stand with the victims, and the vote helps bring long overdue answers to light while reaffirming our duty to protect and support the victims. A city council committee has approved $11 million in funding for an initiative to assist the homeless in Denver. The 3-year program will use outreach teams and community ambassadors to connect the homeless with city-run shelters and behavioral health services. Ambassadors would also assist with graffiti removal and provide hospitality services to the public. The full council will consider it next. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer. Now, Impact Traffic.
Pretty driving road again from Metro in northbound power. Normal road speeds coming out to downtown area. I-10 northbound. Slow speeds between Army and Colter at 70 as we have to move 6,000 eastbound. Traffic going southbound I-25 southbound. Southbound I-25 southbound from Highway 60 after a couple of incidents along the roadway. On the north end, I-270 eastbound, some reasonable options stop and go between I-25 and I-76. With traffic, I'm Mark Vaughn.
This report is sponsored by Super Sure.
Do you own a small business? You need to hear this. A seismic shift is coming. It's time to get super sure. Not kind of sure, not pretty sure, not a little sure, but super sure. It's so exciting. Super sure, coming soon.
Kick off Christmas with our iHeartRadio Holiday Special, Wednesday, November 26th, starring Goo Goo Dolls, Gwen Stefani, Lady A, Meghan Trainor, Pentatonix, Taylor Momsen of the Pretty Reckless, and more. Hear it on the free iHeartRadio app's Holiday Seasons Radio, November 26th at 7 p.m. Eastern.
Hi, I'm Gary Bell with the law firm of Bell & Bell. Involved in a car crash? Injured? You should always call the police. You want to know why? Then listen to our Bell & Bell Legal Injury Hub podcast on your favorite platform.
For plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drain, think Plumb Line Service. With quality brands like Carrier. I'm here to brag to Tom Martino. I use Plumb Line in my home. Service professionals, 25 years strong. Got a mission of excellence, character, and ethics. Casserole before problems since 1998. Plumb Line and Carrier. Turn to the expert. No phone call, no hassle. PlumbLineServices.com. At the holidays, the Sunlight Home Improvers. Putting off that home makeover till after the holidays? Get good. So book your project now or install after and save 15% or get a great financing deal. DRHI.com.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Had nothing to do with your PhD.
No funny business.
Absolute transparency under the law.
Democrat lawmakers telling service members to refuse today's news. Use the legal orders is on. Weekdays 2 to 4. It's Ryan Schuling. Jennifer Say, founder of SXXY Athletics, joins me in studio for the first
Time for a full hour with an update on her athletic wear endeavors and political action to protect girls and women's sports and spaces in Colorado. Wednesday on Ryan Schuling Live.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, how are you doing? Have you ever wondered what those dealers are offering you in the finance and insurance department, what they're worth? You know, I've always said if you're going to buy something from the dealer, you can probably get it better somewhere else. The dealer's job, by the way, and this is our consumer show. If you're just tuning in, you can call in with a problem, a question, or complaint at 303-713-TALK, or just enjoy the information we give you. Here's the thing. There's something called F&I, Finance and Insurance Department. Their job is to up the gross profit. Nothing wrong with that. So you buy a car, and then you negotiate a price, and then you go into the F&I department. Even if you're paying cash, you got to sit down with the F&I guy, and he verifies funds and does all that. And then he tries to sell you a host of things. My God, there are so many things that they sell you. And I remember calling Brian one time saying, they're offering my son this. What do you think? Now, basically, some of the coverages are useless. They won't save you money on insurance like they tell you they will. Others can be offered by insurance cheaper. I want to take one of the most common ones you see. Credit, life, and disability. Outrageously expensive at a dealer. I mean, they put it in. The reason they sell this stuff is because you're buying the car, and they love telling you how little it's going to add to your payment.
Yeah.
Oh, this will add $5 to your payment, $3 to your payment, but it's well worth it, blah, 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 blah. But if you talk about the total premium, it's just incredible how much you're paying for this. So let's talk about this thing called, and I want to talk about some other coverages too they offer you and how they are cheaper to buy from your outside insurance people. First of all, credit, life, and disability. I mean, do you offer credit, life, and disability?
It's not really what we do.
But
really
life insurance people, here's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
If you're going to buy credit, life, and disability, just buy it independently.
I would agree.
You will absolutely pay less, but you don't need it. If you buy it from a dealer, you're buying diminishing coverage. In other words, every single month, the coverage amount goes down, the premium stays the same. So credit, life, and disability is a crazy no-use coverage. You don't need it. They say it makes your payments. If you ever tried to use it, my God, do they make you jump through hoops to use the disability part of it. The life insurance part of it, you don't need either. If you're going to buy credit, life, and disability, buy it independently. What about windshield coverage? They charge, X amount of dollars for windshield coverage. Right now, don't most policies offer an add-on for windshields?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, and how are they priced?
Less expensive than what you would get at a dealership.
For sure.
Yeah.
But how do they work? Are they $10 deductible or no deductible? Or how does it work?
Depends on the carrier. There's some carriers that will have a $50 deductible if you buy glass coverage or a $100 deductible. There's others that have no deductible if you have a glass.
But they're not expensive, are they?
Here's how I would say it. It does vary. Let's say you get like a new Tesla and the windshields on those are going to cost, $1,500 or $2,000 to replace a windshield.
Yeah.
You're going to see it reflected in the price. It's going to be more expensive. In other words, it's not a set price for all cars.
But it's always going to be cheaper than a dealer, I'll venture to say.
Right.
I saw one time on a simple Jeep, the windshield coverage offered was like $695 for the life of the car. Now, if you break that down, or the life of the loan.
I was going to say it's not life of the car.
Life of the loan. If you broke it down, $695.
For a Jeep.
For 4 years.
Yeah, I would guess like for a car like that, you're probably only talking about adding glass coverage on with a carrier would probably only be, let's say, $100 a year.
Yeah.
Something like that.
So in any case, and then they have anti-theft things they try to sell you. Now, here's what I want to know. Does any car insurance ever give a discount for these kinds of, they call it low jack or windshield etching, and they say, this is going to get you a break in coverage? Never.
Nope. Doesn't do anything for you.
So, and here's what I want to know. Why do people care if their car is covered quicker, or if they have anti-theft windshield etching? It's such a ripoff. They charge you X amount of dollars and say this will cover you if your car's stolen, and if it's recovered, you'll get it back quicker. insurance companies don't care anything about that.
They don't care. I will tell you from my experience of buying cars, the funniest thing to me is they'll come in with all these options of things in the finance piece, and it's so high pressure. And then when you say, they always quickly follow up and say, well, now we're not making any money doing this.
Yeah, right.
Like,
They-
why are you twisting my arm to do it?
Then forget it.
So,
But I imagine, but you bought a Tesla. They don't do that.
not at all. Not at all.
Okay.
You just walk in, you sign the paperwork, and you move on.
Yeah. Tesla's never been big at that. That's because they're old. They're all direct from the factory. I've never, when I experienced my son's car, they just sell you the car.
Mm-hmm.
They don't add that crap. John, you have a question on homeowners insurance. Go ahead. What's going on, John?
So I had I need to renew my insurance. As a result, I was told that my insurance is going to go from actual cash or replacement cost on the roof to actual cash value. So I thought I better have them out and take a look at it before it changes.
Mm-hmm.
They said I have hail damage, but it's more than a year old.
Yep.
So they won't cover it.
Right.
So now what do I do?
No, wait a minute. So they're saying
policies nowadays, most policies will say that the damage, you have to report the damage within 12 months of occurrence.
Right.
So if it's over 12 months.
It's always been like that, though, hasn't
No, it wasn't always like that.
Really?
There were times where people would make claims and it was like, hey, yeah, there's damage. We don't know when it occurred, but we'll pay it. That's gone. They almost all have an language in the policy now that says that it has to be within 12 months of the loss of data discovery has to be within 12
And
months.
how are they putting a date on it, John? Do you know?
By looking at it and saying that some of the damage is, I don't know, the color of the marks or something, and that we haven't had a significant hailstorm.
Yeah, they went to the National Weather Service literally breaks it down to neighborhoods.
Yep, they can show exactly where a hailstorm went. Now, whether or not you believe the insurance company is a different statement. I mean, you could definitely do your own research on this to find out. A lot of roofers have access to that same program that show where and when a hailstorm hit.
John, why did you call your insurance to begin with? Did you have leaking or something or a problem with your roof?
No problem at all, but there was a guy on the roof. He had a move. Yeah, that and somebody else happened to be on the roof and said that it looks like you have hail damage.
Okay, and then you called your insurance and they said, so sad, too bad, right?
And out of curiosity, John, did you call this roofer to come look at your house, or was this just some guy walking around the neighborhood?
Oh, no. I go on the Troubleshooter website.
Perfect. You did exactly what you should have done.
Yeah, but he did it too late. That was the only problem.
Did the roofer that you used, did they give you an idea of when they think it occurred?
Yeah, they said it's possible that it was over a year old.
Okay.
Yeah, man. That's.
But so what are you supposed to do now? Are you supposed to have a roofer come out every year and check to see if you had hail damage?
John brings up a really good point.
Great point, John.
It is a great point. So many people, John, I've talked to so many people that had damage and they didn't know they had it.
Yeah.
Because I guess what you have to do literally is if you have a storm of any kind or there's one nearby, you have a roofer check it out. They'd love nothing more than to find damage. So if they say there's damage, there's damage.
Yeah, and John, it's exactly like Tom said. It's changed. This whole marketplace has changed the way you have to handle this. If there's a storm that goes through your neighborhood, it behooves you to have it looked at, not by your insurance company, but by a roofer, because they'll do it for free. They'll come out, they'll look, and if you get a good roofer, they're going to be honest with you and tell you whether or not this damage just occurred.
Well, of course. And then they want to get it paid for. So they're not going to, most roofers aren't going to waste time lying about it because they want to get it paid for from insurance.
Right.
And they know insurance is hard to lie to. So if they feel you have not coverage, but damage, they're going to tell you. And John, you bring up a point. What do? Have a roofer come out there? I don't think it is necessarily, by the way, a bad idea. Petrolli Roofing offers a free roof inspection once a year, and or whenever you call. But they say you should have, they believe, an annual inspection of your roof. And it's not just for hail damage, but if there's maintenance issues that can be caught ahead of time before they do harm. There are many times things that happen on your roof that you're not aware of because you never go up there. And I don't think it's a half bad idea, John, to have a qualified good roofer inspect your roof. There might be a repair or two you need to make that where we're not talking about replacement. We're not even talking about a lot of expense. Maybe flashing has to be touched up or caulking. And it could save you thousands of dollars later on in your home. There might be areas where ice damming occurred that they can stop. So actually, that's a pretty damn good call, John. Thank you. It is something that I don't think is a bad idea.
Yeah, no, I agree.
In fact, I'm shocked that insurance companies don't do more inspecting of homes before they insure them.
Oh, they do now.
They do.
They didn't used to, but I don't think there's a company that doesn't do an inspection, whether it just be a drive-by. In other words, they're not coming inside your house, but they almost all do on new business, not on renewals, but on new business.
And on new business, can they require roof replacements and stuff like that before they'll cover them?
Oh, yeah. They can say, we're not covering this home unless there's a new roof on it. Yeah.
So they give conditions for that.
Oh, yeah. They have that 60-day window from the time they write the policy to be able to underwrite it and make sure that it's something they want. So
they can start theoretically covering you, so you can get your mortgage or move in or do whatever you need to.
Yep.
But then they can reject it within that.
They can cancel it. So in other words, they can't say, "Well, we never wanted it," but what they can do then is say, "We're giving you a 30-day notice. We're not going to insure this home." So then they will insure it for 30 days, and then you have to find new insurance or comply with what they need changed.
Okay. And by the way, if you have a new insurance company that, let's say you have a roofer that notices damage, and it was done within the last year. So let's say the damage, okay, but you have a new insurance company. Do you go back to the old insurance company, or does the new insurance company pick up that even though the damage wasn't done under their reign?
It's the insurance company that was insuring the home at the date of loss. That's who you go to. So if you've changed insurance companies in November and
then a roofer discovers something,
you go back to your old policy and say, "Hey, I've got hail damage in June."
They must hate that. They must hate that.
But if that can be proved out, they're on the hook because it's an occurrence policy.
All right, I got to take a break. Deputy Bo has a question on uninsured motor coverage we'll take next, but I do have to take this break. I'm Tom Martino. We got more coming up. If you have a question, problem, or complaint, 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466, or 303-713-TALK.
This is the time of the year most of us are checking off our holiday gift list. Identity thieves have lists too, and your personal information might be on that list. Protect your identity with LifeLock. LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points every single second and alerts you to the threats you could miss yourself. If your identity is stolen, your own U.S.-based restoration specialist is going to work to fix it, guaranteed, or your money back. Make this season about joy, not identity theft, with LifeLock. Save up to 40% off your first year at LifeLock.com with the promo code BECK. Terms apply.
You know, I love Great Western Buildings because they're cleaning up the steel building industry. So many people claim to be from the factory when you're looking for a steel building, and they say, yes, you're factory direct. It's not true most of the time, but Great Western Buildings truly is a factory in Grand Junction, 120,000 square feet, 100% U.S. steel, guaranteed for life. Their finish is guaranteed for 40 years. They do business in all 50 states, direct to the consumer. No matter what kind of building you need, check GreatWesternBuildings.com first. Truly direct from the factory, no middlemen. GreatWesternBuildings.com. Hey, it's open enrollment time, and you need to find health insurance. Don't assume you can be renewed and everything's going to be the same as it was last year. Today is Insurance Day. We're talking about insurance, and I'm telling you, it is very expensive if you just sit back and do nothing. Integra Insurance experts have been helping me for 10 years. They can help you. Health insurance made simple and smart. Let them shop and find the best plan for you. 303-466-5500. 466-5500. If you're injured in an accident, you're going to have questions. and you're going to wonder who's responsible for what, where do I go, what do I do? All of these things are natural whenever an accident occurs. And John Fuller is one of the few people I know that takes calls up front from consumers directly before they become clients. Most PI attorneys want you to sign up first, or at least an intake form. With John Fuller, you just call the number, say, I want to talk to John. You can talk to John initially. He'll answer all of your questions. Then get this. If you do hire him, it's on a percentage fee basis, and you still get this personal access. You get his cell phone. You can call or text at any time. Start with a call right now at 303-597-4500. That's 303-597-4500.
I never heard what Grok's deal was. What the read's going to be. Mark, are you still there?
Yeah, I just grab bullet points in different lines. I'll put it together.
Cool.
Because I want to make sure we keep out the name of that company.
If you're paying somebody right now to hang holiday lights, this will pay for itself within the next 2 years. Permanent holiday lighting is
Are you glad you got that S, dude?
virtually invisible during the day. At night, your home will be lit up.
Hello.
What did you say?
Are you glad you got that S?
Sorry, I can't hear.
I can't either.
All I hear is the ad.
That's weird. Can you hear me?
I just hear XL Roofing in my ears.
Got it.
There, now I hear you. What were you saying, Mark?
Cool. Are you glad you got the Tesla?
I am. I love it. It's been a really fun car.
It's pretty hard to imagine driving anything else, isn't it?
Oh, it is. I mean, it's funny because I'll take my wife's car, sometimes, and I'm just like...
And you'll leave it running.
Yes, I do that all the... Or I try to push a button to turn, because there's no...
Yep.
It's a button on the steering wheel to put on your blinker. I do it all the time.
The worst for me is Tesla to Tesla. So her Model X, all the doors are automatic. So you just hit a button and all the doors open or close. Doesn't matter.
Then
crazy. You
crazy.
just touch the outside of the door and it closes. And if you touch the handle, you just touch it. You don't pull it. It opens. So I'll always walk up to mine now and hit the fucking handle, and mine doesn't do anything.
Now yours, does it just pop out and then you have to pull it, basically, right?
Yeah, just like yours.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So on hers, though, you actually push the handle in with a finger, and then the door opens.
That's
for you.
crazy. Okay, yeah.
And then you hit the brake pedal, and the door closes. So I'll go into mine. I'll forget it doesn't open itself. Then I'll get in and I'll hit the brake like it's going to close.
Oh, man, hers is fancy.
I used to, when we had the
X.
Genesis before we got this,
630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I had a question about, real quick here, about Excel Roofing and their holiday lighting or their permanent lighting. And somebody somebody went online, Mark, and one thing I just noticed, I went and did it myself. They got this outrageous bid. And they said, well, Tom, I got an outrageous bid and the other companies were only $5,000 or $6,000. as it turns out, I investigated this. As it turns out, they went in and used the virtual estimate that took their entire house, and they never specified what section of the house they wanted. So he was comparing
an entire house,
Excel roofing doing the entire roof compared to someone else who was just going to do the front and the one side.
Okay, yeah.
When he went back in and put the actual footage in, Excel was much lower.
Okay.
So be careful, folks. When you go to that estimator tool online, they'll come out and visit you, or you can call them. But just be sure you put what sides of the house you want and all that, because they take imagery and calculate it accordingly. But I'm really happy about that, because I was thinking, man, I hope they're not that much higher, but they weren't for sure.
Yes, all I did was the front and the side, like that guy was saying, and I love them. I had them on last night, Tom. I mean, I absolutely love them.
I know you do, and Mark worked out where Grok can do it, and he can just speak.
So
come on, Grok.
My neighbors, make
me happy. Yeah,
I got liberal neighbors next door now. We like them a lot, but man, they are anti-Trumpers like I've never seen. So I'll do red lights a lot, just red lights.
Marcia, Deputy Bo, I know you're I just know you'll hold a little longer for me, because Marcia just called in. What's going on, Marcia?
Can you hear me okay?
I can. Is it Marcia, or do you pronounce it Marcia? Many people do either way.
It's Marcia.
Marcia.
And I have a terrible voice, yes, but I have a respiratory infection.
Oh, my goodness. What's going on with you?
My family and I have been living in a hotel since Sunday due to a mold infestation in our home.
When did you discover the mold infestation?
We've been complaining to the landlord about various leaks in our home for years.
Do you think your respiratory infection is a result of this?
We have years of symptoms. Yes. Even our dogs have suffered seizures.
How long have you lived there?
4.5 years.
Okay. Now, do you think there was a mold issue from the time you moved in?
We could not prove that. However, when my husband spoke to the landlady yesterday morning, she admitted that when her son lived in the same home, there was mold present, but it didn't bother them. So they're not that concerned about our situation. They entered the home 2 days ago without our permission, and we caught them wiping the mold away that we took pictures of and cutting out sheetrock without protection. And the sheetrock that they cut out only exposed more mold within the walls of the home.
Well,
so they made the situation worse.
So now you're living in a motel right now. What is your plan? Are you going to leave the place, or are you in the middle of a lease? Tell me about your situation. Let me just explain something up front, just so you know. Mold issues are some of the hardest to prove, to get compensated for, and to do anything about. So you have an uphill battle. I'm just telling you that right now. I'm not telling you that there is no mold. There could be mold, but the proof is on you to prove that it's toxic and harmful and have direct cause of your ills. It's not going to be anything automatic. There is no health department that's going to come by and help you. It's a really tough battle. That's why I'm asking these questions. Do you have any testing on your own of the mold spores in the air?
That, sir, is my favorite kind of battle. Yes. What they didn't know is we hid Petri dishes around the home inside the air vents before they started cutting out the drywall.
All right, so these were mold testings, right? You did
a mold test kit. Yes.
Good. How many mold tests did you do? Do you have the samples? Did you send them in?
Not yet. They're still culturing. They have to culture for a minimum of 48 hours before we can send them into the lab.
Good.
So we have to get a swab test.
Okay. You got to do all of that and send them in. And then do you have any medical or healthcare workers that you've been to that can verify this is due to mold exposure?
So that's been the hard part. I've been on the phone with our doctor's office
Yeah.
who said, you might want to call the health department.
Yeah, they're
And
not.
if you find out, let us know. That's the second call we've had this week about
Okay.
mold toxicity.
But if
So I called the health department and I spoke to environmental services, and they
Yeah.
said, you might want to call your doctor's office.
Exactly.
You don't know how to handle that.
See, that's what I'm getting at, Marcia. It's such a complicated mess. Here's the thing. Most mold.
Oh, I know.
Most mold is just mold. It's not toxic, and there's nothing you can do about it. But when you do run into toxic or dangerous mold, and you're having a reaction, it's so difficult to document your case. You're smarter than most in that one thing that you've done that most people don't are the Petri dishes. So you're really in a good position right now, but you're just going to have to find. You may have to get a referral from your doctor for someone else, and you may have to go to a respiratory or an ENT or somebody because you want to know, is it due to mold toxicity or is it simply a cold? Are other members of your household, are they also suffering from this, Marcia, or is it just you?
Okay, hold up. Let me go through this real quick before you stop me again. If you can give me a second, okay?
Go ahead.
So we have 3 years of documented medical history of various illnesses and symptoms that, yes, we are pursuing a medical diagnosis for.
Okay.
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 I am your female version of yourself, sir.
Okay.
Break when you can. Bud.
You're a fighter. Hold on a second. Marcia, hold on. I'll come right back to you. I want to give you more time, so I won't interrupt you again. If you just give me these a few minutes for spots, we'll come back and get your story. You don't sound like a typical mold complainer. You sound like you're systematically going through this the way you should. We'll talk about it coming right back.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station. Download the free iHeart Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Now, Impact Traffic.
Pretty easy driving throughout the Denver Metro with some normal Wednesday afternoon slowdowns through the downtown area. Some slower traffic on I-25 northbound between Alameda and Colfax, only adding a couple minutes to your commute. Some usual congestion on the 6th Avenue eastbound off-ramp to I-25 southbound. It's DIA I-70 east and westbound. We're showing intended speeds. And south of there, no complaints on 225 north and southbound through Aurora and the Tech Center with traffic on Mark Swan.
This report is sponsored by Supersure.
Do you own a small business? You need to hear this. A seismic shift is coming. It's time to get super sure. Not kind of sure, not pretty sure, not a little sure, but super sure. It's so exciting. Super sure, coming soon.
Excel Roofing is going to light up your life with architectural LED permanent lighting. What I love about them is you can get an online quote. I just went through it. It took me just a few minutes, and you can too, or they'll come out and visit you. You want to light up game day, or you want to light up Thanksgiving, you want to light up Christmas, any holiday, any special occasion, or just accent your house, you can do so with excelroofing.com and their beautiful lighting at the best prices anywhere. Excel, E-X-C-E-L, excelroofing.com. Go get your estimate right now. excelroofing.com.
Listen, do not get crushed with all the cost of getting a home loan. You know, my son Miles just closed on his first house last month, and I'm not going to BS you. I shopped everybody, big banks, mortgage brokers, online lenders, all the usual suspects. And not one person came close to CMG Financial. You know, John Clace with CMG crushed it. Lower rates than I found anywhere else, zero junk fees. He actually answered the phone when my son would call. John stayed on top of it every single day, walked my son through everything. In fact, he closed in 18 days. Application to closing in 18 days. Whether you're buying your first home, upgrading, or ditching that high rate loan for a cash out, you got to call John Clace at CMG Financial. It's a Colorado team with nationwide muscle. They loan over $2 billion a month in all 50 states. Give John a call right now. I promise you, you're going to absolutely love it. You can check him out at partnerinlending.com or call him at 303-882-6679, 303-882-6679.
Do you feel a burning?
Yep. That person got that one done. Yeesh.
All right, I got it down, Brian. You ready for it? Can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Go ahead, we're here.
I got it down, Brian. You want to hear it?
Oh, yeah.
Ready?
Yep.
3, 2, 1. Do you want to be like me and put Brian's kids through college? I want you to call Compass Insurance, and I want you to call them now.
I love it.
I would call. I'd love to put my kids through college.
I'm lucky. We only had one to do that with.
Same with
and
me.
she put
so
herself
far.
through half of it.
Yeah, I put my daughter through college, but my son I didn't have to. Our other one, who knows?
We paid for her bachelor, and then we paid for all expenses in law school. She paid for the degree so far.
Okay. That's great.
She got lucky, too. Her degree was cheap.
Her law degree?
Yeah, it was less than 100.
Really? Wow. Did she graduate?
Yeah, she graduated and she's a member of the bar and everything. Yeah.
Wow. So is she actually
she's
out there and practicing?
She's practicing right now with Kaplis.
That is awesome.
I'm going to have her sue Tom.
Yeah. She's going to sue you.
8986. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Marcia called and said she's had mold testing done to her apartment, and they're in there now trying to clean it up. Marcia moved out with her family and fears that he'd been infected. And I asked, what steps are you taking? And she was about to tell us everything involved. She's really serious about this. And right now, are they paying for that motel, or are you paying for that, Marcia?
So the one thing that they have done that was helpful is the landlady did agree to pay for 2 nights at a hotel here where we live in our town, which is in rural northeastern Colorado. The compounding problem that we had with that is it took until 1:30 in the morning on Sunday. So we started Saturday night. That's when we reported the mold, was Saturday at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And according to the Colorado state statutes, which I have looked up and printed a copy of, for landlord responsibility and tenant rights when it comes to finding mold in your home, also the amount of time that the landlord has to respond, etc. I can quote those statutes if I need to, by the way. I have them printed in front of me.
I'm not sure they actually specify mold, though. They just specify the time to respond to complaints, right?
Oh, no, it specifies mold. This is specifically for landlord liability for mold in the state of Colorado.
What, can you give me that statute number? I'd like to look it up. I did not know.
Absolutely.
I know about the habitability standards, but I did not know they singled out mold and gave time limits for mold. Yes. I didn't know that. So where are you finding that?
Yes. So this is from a website called NOLO, NOLO.
NOLO.
And this is the Colorado rules regarding mold in rental properties. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give you a second there.
No, that's cool. Did they give you a CRS, an actual look? I don't want to get mired down on this, but I truly mean that sincerely. I don't know of any habitability standards that actually names mold, but I'd love to be educated and look for it. If you can give me the CRS, if you have it. If not, then does NOLO have a website I can go to?
That is the website.
It's NOLO.com, NOLO.com?
I'm looking for you here.
I'm sorry. Yes, it is. It is NOLO. Yes. NOLO.com says legal issues explained and all that. Is that where you're looking at?
Yes, that is correct. And then you can click on the revised, so it quotes the statutes, so you can click on them and you can refer to the exact statute under what the website.
Okay, I won't take your time on the air to do that. I'll do that later. So go ahead. I'm listening.
Yes. So basically, the reason I brought that up is everything I'm about to say can be referenced. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So go ahead.
So, and the reason I'm calling you is because people need to know about this. Other tenants need to be aware of this because of what we've gone through. And that's my purpose here, okay? There's not a lot of protection for people on this. There's no disclosures. I have to sleep with a BiPAP machine, and I didn't have to start doing that until year 2 of living on this property. Now, perhaps my severe sleep apnea runs in the family, but I'm the wrong kind of person that should be living in a property with these complications. Certain mycotoxins. Now, there's different kinds of mold.
How much do you spend a month in it?
Black mold.
How much do they charge you?
I'm sorry?
How much is the rent? I'm curious.
So we live in a double-wide trailer. And can I say the name of the town? Is that allowed?
Yeah, of course it is. Go ahead, yeah.
Okay. So we live in Sterling, Colorado, in a double-wide trailer on a foundation, okay, in the middle of the town, all right? And rent has gotten out of control, which is why we have stayed in this particular house, because in order to move out of our home, we would have to pay more for less at this point because of the housing migration that's occurred in our area. So we've essentially gotten stuck where we live as renters. We have been for years working on getting out and building our own home. But because of the cost of rental inflation, we've not been able to leave. And what we have is almost a treasure, if you can set the mold aside, compared to what other people pay for the square footage We get a nice 20 by 40 foot shop.
In other words, if it wasn't
nice
for the mold,
concrete work.
if it wasn't for the mold, it would do something. It would be a great. Now, here's what I want to know. In the interest of time, and we can always bring you back, but in the interest of time, what are you calling us about today? Because you sound like you're in the process of documenting everything, and you are looking to get
and recording.
Okay, so what can we do for you? What are you calling about today?
I don't even know. I'm getting so many balls rolling. I guess exposure.
Okay.
I want people to know about how dangerous this can be and the health issues that it can cause, because our landlord is not taking this seriously. They went in.
Well, if they're in there tearing stuff apart, they're not doing that for no reason, right?
But they're also not doing it professionally and safely. They're making it worse. They think that you can wipe mold off of porous surfaces, and whether it's black mold or not, the roots of the mold are still in the porous surface. That mold has to be professionally mitigated.
Well,
and I have also spoken with various companies that do professional mitigation. That home will never be safe.
I'm going to tell you something, Marcia. I don't think you're going to get the landlords to do it the way you want. Okay. And I'm looking
are 100% correct.
And I'm looking at Nolo, and I just want to be straight with you because you sound like you're very serious. They're not referencing Colorado law here. They're referencing past cases in many states, including Colorado, but there is no specific CRS that I can find that addresses mold. It does address health issues, however, and you can use that in your fight. There's a way to go about it, but did they literally have the trailer torn apart right now, the double wide, or not? Are they attempting to fix it?
When my husband walked in on them, it spooked them, and they haven't been back other than to say that they took a spore meter in and took a reading in our kitchen, and they said that it read no spores in the air, so that if we wanted to go in and use our kitchen to cook, it was safe.
Okay, they're obviously trying to show there's no problem, and you're trying to show there is a problem. Right. Are you able to go in and get when are those petri dishes? When are those petri dishes going to be ready to be sent in?
Hopefully by tomorrow. Hopefully.
Okay. What I want to do is this. Truly, you could be in a situation truly where you have mold and you have serious issues that the landlord has to take care of. But the worst thing that happens with this is they can just say, you know what, we can't fix it, and then you move out. In other words, you can't make them necessarily fix it and stay there if they refuse to do it the way you want it. That's the problem you're going to have. They may evict. What I'm saying, let me just say it in plain English. They may evict you because they think you're a pain and they don't want to address the real issue. And it could be you're absolutely correct and they need to, but the law does not allow for specific performance. One of the most you can get is maybe some damages to help you move somewhere else, but you may not be able to get them to fix it for you. That's the big problem you may have if you turn out to be correct. I got to take this break. Kachina, get her information and let's get her back on when she has some results from these tests. Otherwise, we're just speculating. We have more coming right up. It's hard, man, when you...
Now, Impact Traffic.
Pretty easy driving throughout the Denver Metro with some normal Wednesday afternoon slowdowns through the downtown area. Some slower traffic on I-25 northbound between Alameda and Colfax, only adding a couple minutes to your commute. Some usual congestion on the 6th Avenue eastbound off-ramp to I-25 southbound. To DIA I-70 east and westbound, we're showing intended speeds. And south of there, no complaints on 225 north and southbound through Aurora and the Tech Center. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
This report is sponsored by Supersure.
Do you own a small business? You need to hear this. A seismic shift is coming. It's time to get super sure. Not kind of sure, not pretty sure, not a little sure, but super sure. It's so exciting. Super sure, coming soon.
TheArtofGranite.com. You want the best prices on granite countertops or any kind of countertops, TheArtofGranite.com. They do all natural stone and man-made materials, and they'd love to give you prices even on the phone, but why don't you go visit them in Golden? They have the best showroom to show you everything that they offer, plus a granite or stone yard. They have wholesale on all materials. Tear out and haul away is always free, and you pay wholesale for countertop materials. 303-386-5919. theartofgranite.com. Hey, maybe you've been thinking about being a landlord, but you don't want the conventional risks and hassles. You can be a landlord with Vestera Turnkey. All you have to do is go see them at one of their webinars, or just go online and see them at VesteraTurnkey.com. You can ask me about them too, because I bought houses with Vestera Turnkey. They help you buy the house, manage the house, rent the house, sell the house, and make your returns. Call for more information on how to be a landlord in promising markets that they've researched. 303-888-3788. That's 303-888-3788, VesteraTurnkey.com.
Yesterday, and basically it said, Discount Bath transformed our bathroom. Professionally, they did it clean. It didn't get the rest of the house all messed up while they were working, and it was way more affordable than the big guys. That's the part I like the most. I mean, I love the products they sell. I love their craftsmanship, and I love the final products. But the bottom line is that discount pricing is crazy. And by the way, the only thing they do is bathrooms. There's other companies out there that can do everything they say they can do everything, but Discount Bath concentrates on bath, and they do it better than anybody. So if you're tired of that outdated bathroom, that cramped tub, those slippery floors, or any other issue you have, you got to check these guys out. Call them up. Affordable, high-quality bathroom remodeling at a discount price. DiscountBath.com. Simple as that. DiscountBath.com.
This year, skip the big...
Haven't you been paying attention to anything that's going on in the station? Yeah. Oh, you got 30 seconds, guys.
Woohoo! Nice.
That's all. Do you have any quotes?
Hey, does anybody know where you see the...
Can you get it done really quickly?
Yeah, it's quick.
Okay. What were we saying, Mark?
I can't figure out, like, if I look at a YouTube live video that we've done in the past, just like, 20 ago, whatever it is.
Yeah.
I don't see where the fucking date is.
Oh.
It'll say, like, 1 month ago, but that means nothing. It says that everywhere.
Right.
I don't see where the damn date is. It's crazy.
I can't tell you how lucky they got with the weather for that thing.
Yeah, right?
I've frozen my buns off out there.
For sure. Well, I think you've done the Studio C stuff before,
every year.
Right?
Maybe I can find it under the other stuff.
I'm going to be doing it again. I was just talking to Miranda about that.
By the way, it's almost impossible for people to get mold fixed. They're never going to do it, because once they decide they're sensitive to it, it's honest to God, it's an impossible situation.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing with that is it's a single or double wide trailer that's probably really old. It probably wouldn't make any sense to dump $50,000 into cleaning it.
I know it.
You'd just, you'd get rid of it. Or unfortunately, find a tenant that doesn't bitch about it, Okay, I found the dates. I know how to do it now.
Okay.
You're like, thank God. You weren't going to get any sleep tonight, were you?
Actually, I was going to go look right after. Mark, who's doing Mitch's website?
No clue.
Okay. God, it's so hard to find good people.
His website was horrible.
To be in studio for the first time for a full hour with an update on her athletic wear endeavors and political action to protect girls and women's sports and spaces in Colorado. Wednesday on Ryan Schuling Live.
All right, Brian, what is that one example you had?
Yeah, one example that just came in. The person was Liberty Mutual. We moved him to Acuity and saved $5,500. $5,500 and increased the umbrella.
They increased their umbrella and saved $5,500. You better do that insurance checkup, 303-996-9000. Save all your problems for us. Thank you, brothers.
Follow Tom Martino.
Thanks. See ya.
At Real Tom Martino. And stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW. KHOW.com. And on the iHeartRadio app.